Welcome everyone to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Here we are again today, reading with the crew, the Entrapment of Brendan Dassey, episode 8.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61, and welcome everyone. And thank you so much for joining us no matter what platform you're watching the live presentation from. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. And guys, do we have a show for you today? We're going to be continuing our analysis of the March 1st interrogation of Brendan Dassey. And this time we're going to do some deep diving into some of the questions and responses that Brendan was giving. But before we start that, I'd like to welcome our esteemed panel. First of all, we have Jack61. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Doc. Welcome to everyone on the panel, everyone in the live chat. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation. And again, as always, it's tough because it's Brendan and everything that happened in his world. So thanks everyone for coming. As always, leave your comments. And if you have a question in the live chat, please put a Q beside it. Myself or Sherry or one of us will try to grab that and answer it along the way or at the end if there's time. Thank you.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack61. Next we have I Don't Recall. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I Don't Recall. And next we have my partner in crime, Neverly. Neverly, how are you coming along?
Hi, Dr. Silkman, Sherry, and Jack, and everybody in the chat. I'm doing great. Melting over here in Beverly Hills. It's over 90 degrees. Yeah, full summer in the blast. Thank goodness for the working air conditioning and some good shutters. So yeah, welcome everybody. I will be under the Foul Play logo in chat answering questions. We're going to be starting your questions and comments for the end of the show.
Awesome. Yeah, here
How
in
are
Adelaide.
You?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Here in Adelaide, it's only 10 degrees Celsius. It's cold. But
oh man, that's like 45. Yeah,
it's cold. So look, guys, welcome and thank you so much. All of us here on the Foul Play team, we appreciate your patronage. Thank you so much for your support and great questions. We realize that things are a bit of a standstill at the moment in regards to Stephen's case. We're just waiting for the state to respond and see what the judge is going to do next. So we took on this project regarding Brendan Dassey. And I know that the material that we're covering is very, very painful to listen, very painful to read and research, let me tell you. But Brendan's story is very, very important. And it would be remiss of us not to tell it and not to go into it into a lot of detail. So look, guys, Jack61, if we can have the very first opening slide, please, we can make a start. Just wait for that to come up. Beautiful. As Jack61 said, this is episode 8 of the new series that Neverly and myself have put together, entitled The Entrapment of Brendan Dassey. And we're going to be continuing his interrogation, his March 1st interrogation. The important thing to realize here, guys, is that at the end of this interrogation, Brendan Dassey is arrested. And we want to know why that occurred. What did Brendan Dassey say that got him arrested? So there's a couple of things that we'll be pursuing in this particular podcast. I'll read them out for you. Now, this is very important. Were the investigators, both Fassbender and Wiegert, were they aware that Brendan Dassey had serious memory issues? I wonder whether they were aware of this. Also, did Brendan Dassey himself confuse the events of October the 30th with the events of October the 31st? And the way we're going to approach this, and Jack61 will back me up on this, we're going to have a look at the phone records. And we have listened to a few of the phone calls as well. And they are very, very interesting indeed. So the other thing is, we're going to demonstrate and show you that Brendan Dassey readily changed his narrative when he was challenged by the investigators. And he routinely did this. So Brendan constantly said one thing. The investigator said, "You're lying. We don't believe you. We already know. We already know what happened. We need to hear it from you." As a consequence of that, Brendan routinely changed his narrative, which is very interesting because that's exactly what he did on November the 6th, Jack 61.
And remember what Kayla Avery said Wiegert and Fassbender did to her before they talked to Brendan.
Correct. Correct. There was a lot of pressure tactics. When you think about it, both Kayla and Brendan, they were children. They were children. Yet what they said to the investigators was taken as the gospel truth, right? These are just the words of two young children, right? And of course, both Brendan and Kayla recanted on the stand, but the damage was done. Also, what we're going to do is show you, what does the forensic evidence show? Does the forensic evidence corroborate what Brendan Dassey is telling the investigators? Now, remember, the investigators had access to the phone calls, they had access to the forensic evidence. The only thing that they didn't have at this stage was idomethil and the hood latch touch DNA, right? But the rest of the forensic evidence, the phone calls, the investigators already would have had. Paid close attention to the questions that they asked Brendan. Very, very interesting. Then, if we have time, we're going to have a look at Brendan, Blaine, and the Stephen Avery burn barrel and have a look at all the shenanigans, right, Jack 61, that took place between Brendan and Blaine.
Oh, yeah.
And it's an absolute tragedy when you hear the story, and we're going to go over it with all this is all documents, all their own words. And finally, guys, if we have time at the end, we're going to answer your questions. As Jack 61 said, if you have a question, put a Q and we'll try and answer that question at the end. Guys, if you do enjoy what we do as a group, please consider subscribing. And if you like our podcasts, please put your thumbs up. It always helps. And share our podcast. The more people that can listen to it, talk about it, discuss it, the better. And guys, remember, these are our opinions. Your opinions are just as valid. If you've got different outcomes, if you believe in different things, that's fine, right? But we're expressing our own personal opinions based on the research that we've done. So again, guys, because of the subject matter that we're covering today, viewer discretion is strongly advised. And so, guys, all of us here, welcome every one of you, no matter what platform you're listening. And I know that now, Jack 61 has put the link, I think, to X. We have a lot of listeners now on the X platform. Jack 61, is that correct? We've got a link to X.
Yeah, on X, Facebook, and we're trying to get it worked out where we can be on Rumble too. We got one more step to take because StreamYard won't generate an automatic API for Rumble yet. I think they're working on something so we can automatically schedule it, but that has to be done. There's some other things that have to be done. So hopefully next week we'll have that worked out.
Yeah, awesome. All right. So if we can have the very first slide, I want to remind everyone that this is very, very important. Now, Cherie, do you see that slide? A1?
Yes.
Would you like to read it out? This is Brendan Dassey's school psychologist that was at Mishicot High School. This is what she said in court. Let's go for it.
Overall, Brendan demonstrates significantly delayed receptive and expressive language skills, memory, short-term memory, immediate memory, and working memory, vocabulary, sentence comprehension, pragmatics, and areas of abstract language, for example, idioms.
Okay, so I think it's pretty obvious. The common theme there is memory. He has issues with memory. The potential, sorry, Jack 61.
Doc, I'm sorry. I would term that as serious problems. I mean, really serious.
Yes, it is. It is. And it's interesting to determine whether both Fassbender and Wiegert were aware of Brendan's disabilities. These are severe disabilities, and they would affect all sorts of things. And if you have a look at the March 1st interrogation, Brendan Dassey is almost like in a zombie-like state. He rarely looks at both Fassbender and Wiegert. He's always looking down, is quite solemn, and is sitting in the corner. So this is very important to understand. These are significant issues. And remember the type of questions that both Fassbender and Wiegert were firing at Brendan. And often, right guys, often Fassbender and Wiegert will do it in tandem. Question, question, question. And Brendan doesn't even know which answer he's giving to which question he's giving an answer to. Jack 61.
That's exactly right, and that's where the other side wants to say, well, he answered and said yes and blah blah blah, and he did part of it. He
Yep.
had been rapid fire questioned. I don't know how many. I can't remember how many at this point, but they were hammering him pretty hard. So
Yes.
what you have to try to put yourself in, and it's difficult if you don't think the way Brendan does. But to me, he didn't feel like he had a choice. He had to give some kind of, just like he felt like he had to go with them from the high school.
Yep.
I don't think he ever felt like he had a real choice in the matter. Oh, your mom said it was okay. We talked to her. She said
That's
it was
correct.
fine for you to come and answer questions. Well, what's he going to say? Screw you guys? I mean,
Yep.
I probably would have, but then again, if my mom said, your mom said it was
Everything's
okay.
okay.
Yeah, I might have went.
100% correct. And remember, there's a phone call between Brendan and his mum. And his mum goes, Brendan, you say yeah to everything. And Brendan goes, yeah. So you've got to be very, very careful because the investigators are taking it as a form of acknowledgement. So if we can have a look at the next slide, what we're going to be trying to do in this particular podcast is we're going to try and decode the confessions of Brendan Dassey, right? And as you can see with this image here, if you actually spend the time listening and reading through the March 1st interrogation, it literally is like getting a bowl of pasta or spaghetti and throwing it on the wall to determine what sticks, right? At the end of the interrogation, you're just banging your head against the wall and you're wondering how the hell the investigators were able to put any form of sense to what Brendan was telling them. So there's a couple of critical issues here. That is, were the investigators, Fassbender and Wiegert, were they really aware and take into consideration Brendan Dassey's limitations, right? Or did they just treat him as a normal kid of normal intelligence? Did they take that into consideration, the way they were questioning him, Brendan's answers to them, right? Did they make any sense, right? So it begs the question, how were they able to put anything together to make sense to what Brendan was telling them? And Jack 61, what do you think? And guys, what do you think? That's probably the reason why Kratz wanted a fresh interrogation to get a clean confession. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Because,
Yep.
if you just read through it, I think we can all agree it's just a disaster.
Yep.
It is a complete disaster.
Yep.
And that's not only the March 1st session. You could actually even step back, and they weren't good. And then the May 13th one was
What
a
was it?
complete. It was awful.
Yep. A complete disaster. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something along the lines what Jack was saying regarding Kratz wanting to get the clean confession.
Yes.
Whatever Brandon said before, it was just like a word salad. It led nowhere. There were so many contradictions, so many vague things. He was led with their questioning and so forth. So what Kratz probably allegation, this is not allegations, this is just speculation. What Kratz wanted is for them to get it like without any bullshit. And I think
Yes,
that's why Micah O'Kelly put that, typed up that letter that said, yes, I
correct.
feel bad or guilty, whatever, and no, I don't feel bad. So couldn't be
Yep.
clearer than that. In any rate, he did it. The question was just whether he had whether he was a psychopath or just, he snapped or was led to do something criminal and horrible and monstrous
Correct.
as they claimed he did.
Correct. And Justin, if I could read, Neville, would you like to read Justin's comment? Do you see it on the
Sure.
screen?
Justin Stricken says they treated him like a normal kid for sure. Whether they should have or not, it's up for debate.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you, Justin. If you actually read the provisos for the Reed technique, Reed himself, the Reed technique is actually quite old. Reed had mentioned the fact that kids like Brendan, you need to treat very, very cautiously. One of the big problems with the Reed technique is that it solicits false confessions. What happened to Brendan Dassey, regrettably, is not unique, right, guys? You go on YouTube, you have a look at some of the journal articles. What happened to Brendan is not unique. It's happened to many others, those of normal apparent intelligence, even adults who consider themselves to be well educated. They too have fallen foul of the Reed technique. So someone like Brendan most definitely needed to be treated with with a lot of care. And you'll see as we progress through this particular podcast, Brendan literally was all over the place and a lot of contradictions, like Neville pointed out. So here's my final point on this slide here. How in the end did both Fassbender and Wiegert know what Brendan was saying was the actual truth? In other words, what happened to Teresa Halbach? And that's why it's very important that you have a look at the forensic evidence. You have a look. What does it corroborate? What does it challenge? What's up in the air? What's firmly established? That's very, very important. Jack 61.
Yeah, to Justin's comment, in many ways they did treat him as a normal kid, but I think in many ways they didn't. And as I said a few minutes ago, and I said last week, what was in Brendan's mind when they came to the school? These two armed detectives, uh, called him out. Everybody knew. Yeah, they had to know all this stuff was going on, or at least suspect. How would it, in his mind, what's he thinking? Did he have a choice? Now, you have to consider also what is just a regular interview and a custodial interview, and there is a significant legal difference.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Significant. And
Yes.
to me, in my mind, for Brendan, it was custodial. He didn't have the choice, and that's significant.
No, they read him his Miranda rights as well, and remember he waived.
They did. That's right. But I have to take that further, and I know you do. I know everyone here does. And understanding, did Brendan understand that? And my answer is, there's no way. There's not a chance.
Yeah.
And then moving forward into the interview, then I'll shut up and we can move on.
No, not at all.
Looking at the interview itself and the things they said to him, going from one extreme to another. They did this in the May 13th one too. But be honest, Brendan. Play that tape in your head.
The video.
It may make you look a little bad, but we can stand behind you. We're on your side. We won't leave you. I'm sorry. The way that they psychologically screwed that kid, because for me, I'm trying to put myself in his head, not theirs. What did he understand?
Correct. 100% correct. You essentially have to place yourself in his shoes. I know we've had a lot of discussions on X and other platforms, even on our Discord channel. It's very hard to make sense and also to place yourself in Brendan's shoes and Brendan's situation. It's very difficult. Unless you're Brendan Dassey, you don't know what he was going through, what he was imagining in his mind. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, I've got a couple of questions.
I got one more I'm going to pop on here.
Not
We
at
can
all.
answer this one quickly.
Yep.
This is from Purple Lilacs, off topic.
Welcome.
Welcome, Purple Lilacs. Would you consider releasing the cam interviews with Brenda Schuler? Well, I'm sorry, we can't. We all signed non-disclosure agreements. Legally, we cannot. Those must remain private, unfortunately.
Correct. But if I could just add, Jack 61,
Yeah.
We had hours and hours of interviews with Brenda Schuler. This was more than 3 years ago. And only very small amount of snippets of us who were interviewed by Brenda were shown.
Fall of 2020. That was the fall of 2020, and we had probably close to 25 hours total.
It was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. And only a small amount of snippets were shown. And there's no doubt that Brenda had an agenda. In fact, had the same agenda to all of those who felt that Stephen and Brendan are innocent. We were used to drive a particular agenda about how truthers are, how truthers behave, etc., because it was a constant theme of any type of truther that appeared on the program. And we actually didn't spend very much time at all talking about the actual case. Remember Jack 61? Remember Neverly? We didn't spend much time at all. It was really talking about Stephen's past misdemeanors, the things that he had done. The 1985 case. There's a little bit about Andrew Colburn, but actually not too much about the case itself, which sort of confused us to a degree, because all of a sudden, all the interviews just stopped.
Right.
Everything just stopped, and we didn't hear anything for years.
We were, we were just all looking forward to talk about the Teresa Halba case.
Correct.
Then, yeah, she wouldn't really allow it. We did a little bit, but none of that really got into cam.
No,
or very little.
And I feel like we bickered over semantics for like one taping for like 6 to 8 hours.
Yep, 100%
Is it
correct.
red or is it maroon?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, colors of trailers and stuff like that. But anyway, getting back to this. If we have a look at the next slide, guys, I've got some questions for you in the chat and also on the panel, things for you to consider as we continue the podcast. Right, and these are questions regarding Brendan Dassey's March 1st responses. Keep this in the back of your mind. Okay, who was actually driving the narrative? Was it Brendan or was it the investigators? Keep in mind that it was Brendan that allegedly was meant to be there, not the investigators, right? So the individual who had first-hand knowledge, allegedly, of what happened was Brendan, not the investigators. So who was driving the narrative? Now, here's another open question. Was Brendan being truthful? Was he lying? Was he showing deception? Or was he simply confused? That's something for you guys to consider. Also, forensically, what corroborated with Brendan what he was actually telling the investigators? Was what he was saying backed up by the forensic evidence? Remember, it wasn't Brendan that had the forensic evidence, it was the investigators. They knew what had happened, what didn't occur in terms of forensics. Now, the other question is this. Do you personally believe that Brendan Dassey was guilty as charged? And why do you believe that? The flip side, do you believe that Brendan Dassey was completely innocent? And why? And my final question, an open question. and answer them. Put your answers in chat. What was your light bulb moment that swayed your mind on his innocence and his guilt, right? What was that moment? How did you come to the conclusion that Brendan is either guilty or innocent? All right. Guys, what did you think of those questions? Fair enough?
Tough but fair.
Yep.
Okay. Now, there's no right or wrong answer, but keep that in mind as we go through the interrogation. All right. So, Jack 61, if we can have the next slide, we're now just about to dive back in to the podcast, the interrogation. So, we left last week's interrogation talking about Stephen Avery's cut on his finger. Now, this photo was taken on November the 9th, the day that Stephen Avery was arrested. And it's a photograph that actually shows a healed scab on his right middle finger. And essentially, when he recut open this wound on November the 3rd, this is the day that both him and his brother went to Menards, Stephen Avery had bled profusely. I believe he had recut open this wound when he was doing something for his sister on the Avery salvage yard. He went to his Pontiac Grand Dam, I think to get a phone charger, and he bled profusely in his Pontiac Grand Dam. He went to his trailer to get some type of dressing, and he actually put duct tape on his cut. But he also bled in his trailer, and he obviously was touching certain things in his trailer, and he left blood. So the big question here, guys, that everyone wants to know, was Stephen Avery actually actively bleeding on October the 31st, right? Because the investigators, Cherie Colhane, did swabbing of the RAV4, and she found that 6 droplets, well, actually 5 drops, and also 1 flake, called a flake or a crust or whatever it was called, all came back as Stephen Avery's DNA, right? So if everything is above board and legit, Stephen Avery's blood and hence DNA is present in Teresa Hallbach's RAV4. So the question is, then what the investigators want to know is, well, was Stephen bleeding from this particular wound on October the 31st? But what is interesting, right, guys, is the investigators had actually asked Roland Johnson, and Roland Johnson told them that he was aware that Stephen Avery had this injury on his finger prior to October the 31st. He had noted this cut on his finger. So the irony is Stephen Avery is continuously recutting open this particular wound. Now, is it any surprise of the boys on the property having cuts and all sorts of abrasions on their hands and bodies? No, it's not. Because when they're working with the tools and the equipment and they're disassembling the vehicles, they're going to get cuts and scratches. And Roland Johnson even made that point, right? So the big question is this: was Stephen Avery actually actively bleeding from his finger from that particular cut on October the 31st? So now we're going to deep dive back into the interrogation. Now, we've got Cherie. You're reading Brendan. Neville, which part are you reading? Fassbender?
Fassbender, and Jack is reading
one.
Wiegert.
We're reading Wiegert.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So what you'll note here on the side, I've written down some notes in brackets. We'll talk about it once the slide is finished. Let's begin, guys.
It was just bleeding a little bit.
How did he get that scratch?
Probably when he was under the hood.
So after you come up to his house, you go back into the trailer. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then what happens when you get into the trailer?
He wanted to talk to me about her.
Okay. What did he talk about?
And be honest. Tell us everything he said.
What did he say?
That he was glad that I helped him and that.
Did he give you anything for helping?
No,
So he said that he's glad that you helped. Brendan nods yes. Did he talk about Teresa at all?
not really.
When you get the bleach on you, let's talk about that. He thanks you for helping him, and then what did you guys do?
Well, that's when my mom called
Where did your mom call?
from the house.
Okay. Okay. Now this, in the past, I never thought twice about what Brendan said, right, guys, about this call until I actually went back and I looked at the phone records and something very, very, in fact, it was Jack 61 that alerted me to this call a while back. And now all of a sudden, I now understand the context of this particular call. So,
Damn right.
so now it takes on a very important meaning. Now, what is interesting is this. Let me put the context of what this page was all about. If you believe Brendan, they've placed Teresa Hallbach on the fire. They now went to the pit and dropped off the RAV4 and they tried to disguise it. They also went under the hood. Now, this was due to Fassbender's prompt, who said, did Stephen go under the hood, right? And that's why Brendan responded about the scratch, or maybe when he went under the hood. But then we've got an immediate problem. And that immediate problem is this. If Stephen had scratched himself under the hood and was bleeding, is there any blood present under the hood? Did the investigators find any evidence of blood under the hood?
No.
No, no blood.
No,
No blood
nothing.
under the hood. No blood on the battery terminals. No blood on the also the license plates.
Or the
Nowhere.
door handles.
Door handles, nowhere. Which then begs the question, if Stephen went under the hood to disconnect the battery terminals and he had scratched himself, why would he then go back in the RAV and open up the back door and bleed in 6 different spots if he's under the hood, disconnecting the battery terminal and ready to go? Can anyone answer that one?
My
It's
head is
unanswerable.
spinning just from the
No.
whole. My goodness, you can't even follow that.
That's right.
Okay, so clearly Brendan is guessing, right? He's trying to think if Stephen opened his finger on October the 31st, Brendan just said, oh, maybe when he went under the hood. But that presents a lot of problems. And even Kratz had to change his stance on when Stephen had actually cut open his wound. Because logically, if you had cut open the wound prior to dropping off the car, you would have had to have driven the car, which meant that if you're bleeding, actively bleeding from your right middle finger, you're going to leave blood on all the objects that you touch to drive the vehicle, correct? That's only logical sense, right? As you're driving the car, you're going to be touching the steering wheel, the gear shift, the brakes. Guys, did the investigators find any blood on any of those items in the car?
No.
The steering wheel, the
Nope.
gear shift, zero. So
Nope.
Kratz came up with the hypothesis that maybe Stephen cut himself while he's at the pit, right? So you can see that once you challenge that logic, well, how come there's no blood here? There's no blood there. When you think about it, you're changing your stance. the investigators are going, how did that blood get in the vehicle? Brendan, you're with him. How did Stephen cut himself? And clearly here, he guessed. But here's the bizarre thing, guys. Allegedly, who did they put on the fire?
Teresa.
Hall.
A
Hole.
hole,
Hole,
not chopped
hole.
up hole.
But-
And forgive me for saying chopped up. It sounds awful, but you know.
Correct. But what did Brendan say that they immediately did after they came back from the RAV? Did they go to the fire to tend to the fire? No.
Yeah,
They
went back in the
actually
house.
went back in the house.
Nonsense.
Stephen wanted to talk to me about her. And then he was asked, well, did you talk about Teresa Horbach? And he goes, no. Right? But here's the crucial bit. So put it in your mind. You have now placed the victim, and again, I do apologize because this is shocking. You've now placed Teresa Horbach in the fire. You've lost control of the crime scene. Why? Because you're away from it. You don't know whether anybody is going to come up, smell, what the hell's that smell? What's that fire behind Stephen's garage? Oh, let me go check. Oh my God, there's a body in there. You've lost complete control of the crime scene. Correct, guys? Jack 61.
Yes. And on top of that, Fassbender and Wiegert knew,
Yeah.
well, long before this, that Teresa had been dismembered. They knew that.
Correct. And they tried to solicit that, extract that from Brendan, but Brendan had no idea what they were talking about, right? Oh, welcome, Alice.
Look at there.
Oh,
Woo-hoo.
fantastic. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Alice,
Yes.
sweetheart, this
Yes.
is such a great surprise. Welcome.
We miss your wisdom on our podcast.
Going to bed.
Yes.
It's not
she's
5. It's not 5 a.m. Remember?
Exactly.
I know, but she's not doing well. She says, you'll get there for sure, sweetie.
You get that.
You'll get there for sure. Sending you all the love and hugs and kisses through the universe. It will get there to you.
Correct. Yeah,
Absolutely.
we miss your comments, that's for sure. Get better, and hopefully we'll catch up soon. All right, but here's the critical thing. We get asked him, all right, what did you guys do? Well, about getting the bleach, and he says something very, very important. He goes, that's when my mum called, right? So Jack 61, if you could just lift up that slide a little bit. I wrote a comment. It just so happens, and thank you, Jack 61, for pointing it out, that Brendan Dassey was actually in Stephen's garage one day prior, on the Sunday, on October the 30th. There's a phone call, and it starts at 8:44 p.m. It's at night time. The very first part of the call is Stephen talking to Brendan, and he says about the garage, right? Because Jody is the one that calls Stephen on his landline.
And she says, who are you talking to? Oh, it's Brendan.
Yep. And they're in the garage, which is very, very interesting. And we get asked him, well, what did you guys do? And Brendan goes, my mum called. So keep that in the back of your mind, that Brendan Dassey was definitely in Stephen's garage on October the 30th at 8:44. He may have been there earlier, but you can actually hear him. He's in the background. Stephen is talking to him. Stephen is on his landline phone talking to Brendan. They're obviously doing something in the garage. All right. So Jack 61, if we can have the next slide, guys, and then we'll have a bit of a discussion. Okay, so let's continue it.
Okay. From your house? Brendan nods yes. To where?
On a cell phone.
Okay. And what does she want?
That I had to be home by 10.
Okay. What time is it when your mom calls?
Like 9:30.
Okay. All right. So get this in your mind. if this is what happened, Brendan Dassey goes over, rapes a woman 9 years older than him in front of his uncle, right? Helps his uncle and is present when his uncle shoots Teresa 11 times, is carrying a bleeding body into the fire, goes with his uncle to the pit to drop off the RAV4 and disguise the RAV4, comes back, and before they clean the garage, his mum rings up and rings Stephen up and says, you better get my son home at 10 o'clock, right? And Brendan goes, it didn't even cross his mind. Oh my God, my mum just called, but I now need to help my uncle clean up the garage. And oh my God, there's blood everywhere. Does anyone find that story rather ridiculous? His mother calls in the middle of all this mayhem, I'll get my son home by 10 o'clock. Does anyone find this story rather suspicious?
Ridiculous. It's complete trash.
Right? Now, I asked Barb, did Brendan actually have a cell phone? And the answer is no. He did not have a cell phone. So this is very important. So Barb didn't call Brendan, son, make sure you're home by 10, right? This call went to Stephen, right? Because Brendan was with Stephen. So therefore, we're looking for a call from Barb's mobile phone to Stephen's mobile phone. Would you guys agree? It couldn't have gone to Brendan. He doesn't own a mobile phone.
That's right. That's right.
So we're looking for a call from Barb to Stephen on his mobile phone. But there's something else that occurred. And this is a call that occurred on October the 31st between Jody and Stephen. Don't worry, we'll go through all of them. And they're talking about Barb. They're talking about Barb. At 9:06, Stephen makes the comment to Jody, oh, she's leaving again. There's only one person they could be referring to, and that is Barb. Barb left with Scott to go to his place. Because remember, they had gone to see his mum, Scott's mum, at the hospital. Barb came back, and then she left again.
Yeah,
right?
So they could watch Prison Break.
Correct. Now remember the daylight saving change, right? On October the 31st, you had to bring your clocks forward by an hour, right? So it's interesting that on October the 31st, when all this mayhem took place, the murder of Teresa Hallbach, there's a couple of calls by Jody, and don't worry, we'll go over it. At 9:06 p.m., there's no mention of Brendan, but Stephen tells Jody, oh, she's leaving again. Notice what time Brendan said that his mother called, like 9:30. His mother had already left, right? So therefore, it couldn't have been a call from the house. So we're now looking for a phone call between Barb and Stephen on the mobile phones. Guys, would you agree? Have I summed that up correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now what I did is I looked at the phone calls. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. There's a couple of very interesting things that occur. So I do apologize, this is a little bit tricky to read, but these are the cell phone records of Stephen Avery for October the 31st. This is the day that Teresa arrives, takes a picture of the van, and according to Stephen, leaves. What you notice is this, that there are two phone calls from Stephen. So these are all mobile phone calls. There are two mobile phone calls from Stephen to Barb Yunder's home, right? And see where I put the two red arrows. If Jack 61 blows that up a little bit, that's not Barb Yunder's mobile phone. That's the house phone. And I double checked what Barb Yunder's mobile phone number is. That's their home phone. So Stephen rang up Barb Yunder's home at 8:39 a.m. in the morning. And also there was a missed call, a call that wasn't answered at 9:20 p.m. So guys, there's no phone call from Barb to Stephen. None on October the 31st. Brendan Dassey goes, oh yeah, my mum called. Where did it go to? It went to a cell phone. That cannot be the case. But I want you to note one important point. Stephen calls his brother Chuck at 5:57 p.m., right? On his mobile phone, and they talk for over 5 minutes. So this is very interesting. So, in summary, there's no call to Stephen's cell phone from Barb's cell phone. But wait a minute, Brendan said, oh, my mum called. She said, be home by 10. So, if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, this is very, very interesting. This slide shows the combination of Stephen's cell phone records and his landline records. And there's a couple of very important points here. Take note in green. This is at 2:35 p.m. in the afternoon. Stephen uses star 67 to call Teresa Hallbach. Star 67, number not displayed. There's no doubt that Stephen saw Teresa Hallbach arrive on the property next to Barb Yunder's van at 2:35 because he put the phone down. So if you look at all the timings, that's when Teresa Hallbach very likely arrived on the property to photograph the van at 2:35. So we are now to believe that the raping, the torture, the pinning to the bed, the shooting, the cutting of the hair, the dismemberment, the cremation, the disposal of the vehicle all took place on this day. Guys, would you agree? Have I summed that up correct? According to the state.
That's
Yes.
right.
All
Exactly
this
right.
mayhem occurred between 2:35 right to the end of the day.
That's
It
right.
occurred then. And that's the narrative that the investigators have gone with. That's the story that Brendan is trying to tell them. But have a look at this. Jody calls Stephen twice on his landline, once at 5:36 p.m. and talks to Stephen for 15 minutes. We've got that call. Jody also calls Stephen on his landline at 8:57 and talks for 15 minutes. And we've got that call. But look what Stephen does. After the call to Jody, the very first call to Jody, he calls his brother on his cell phone and talks for 5 minutes. But wait a minute. Neither Jody nor Chuck or anybody has said during the time that he was on the phone. We're talking about 35 minutes. Right, guys? 35 minutes. The two 15-minute calls with Jody and over 5 minutes with Chuck. No one says they noted any screaming, yelling, any nefarious activity going. Yet, Brendan Dassey is there. According to what Brendan is telling the investigators, Brendan is there. So all this ultra violence that occurred, allegedly occurred, had to occur after 2:35 p.m. to the end of the day. In fact, according to Brendan, they'd taken the RAV4. Remember, now they're going to be cleaning up the garage. So before 10 o'clock, everything is done. Guys, would you agree? Jack 61.
Yeah, and remember, we can hear the phone calls, but we don't have the Chuck call, but
Yep.
We can hear these phone calls with Jody, and it just
Yep.
sounds like normal, everyday conversation.
If you know how Stephen talks to Jody, which is not very good, and vice versa. They were standard calls. They were
And
standard.
I want to say one more thing. Well, they probably wouldn't have at that time, so they wouldn't have had necessarily a direct line to Chuck. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked.
No.
Never mind.
No. So this is very, very interesting. Now, the call at 8:57. That's when Stephen tells Jody, "Oh, she's leaving again." Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in none of those calls does Stephen talk about Brendan. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I don't think he does on the 31st. I'd have to go back and re-listen.
On the 31st.
I don't think he
don't.
mentioned him, but I don't know that for sure, like for
Been too long
100%.
since. Yeah, I don't either. It's been too long since I listened to
Yeah.
all of
I
them.
know the content of their conversations, but I don't remember if he actually mentioned Brendan.
Yep. Okay.
He mentioned Barb, and the way he said it, like, "Oh, she's leaving again," like it wasn't in a good way.
But
Yeah.
don't you guys get it? Because Barb called Stephen on my son better be home by 10. Brendan's going, shit, we better quickly clean up the garage of all this blood, and I've got to get home by 10 because my mum said I've got to be home.
Yeah, let's chop
you
up the body quick. Yeah, because I gotta be home at 10.
Do you get the insanity of that conversation, right? What is the first thing that Brendan said? What did you guys do next? He didn't say, "Oh, we went and cleaned the blood," because that's when my mum called.
No, we went back in the house. Like, you know,
Right?
they're going to go in and have a Pepsi or something.
Exactly. But don't worry, it gets worse. So what I did is I went back one day. Jack 61, we can have a look at the next slide. This is very, very telling. This is October the 30th, the Sunday. Now, I know from listening to the calls that Stephen had come back from Crivets. He was doing some work, and he even said that he was fixing this, fixing that, and he even mentioned the snowmobile, right? Jody calls Stephen 4 times. Jody calls on his landline, right? You can see on the right-hand side whether it was a cell phone or a landline. Jody calls him at 5:56, at 8:44, at 8:57, and at 10:15. And if you listen to the calls, you can see that the degree of agitation between Stephen and Jody increases over those time calls, right? But here are 2 important calls. Jody calls Stephen at 8:44. In the background, Stephen is talking to Brendan in the garage on 8:44. It's nighttime, right? And they're talking about doing stuff in the garage. Stephen is talking about the fact that he had been to Crivets. So Brendan Dassey is with Stephen in the garage. You cannot dispute it, right? He's on his landline. But have a look at when Jody calls at 8:44, and then 13 minutes later at 8:57. 2 calls very quickly. Please remember those 2 calls. They're going to be crucial. But here is the kicker. On the 30th, guess what Barb does? Barb calls Stephen on his mobile phone from her mobile phone.
Yep.
And look at the time, at 7:07. That's an incoming call. At 7:07. Look at the first one at 6:40. I think that's Stephen calling Barb on her cell phone. Now, if you look at the time, they only speak for, I think, Jack 61, correct me if I'm wrong, it's only a short call, 38 seconds. 0.38. I think that's 38 seconds. It's a very short call. And all Barb was saying, hey, can you please tell Brendan to come home by 10? Agree?
Yeah, but there's a big problem. It's the
What's
day before. It's the day before.
It's the day before. So it's quite clear that on the 31st, there is no call from Barb to Stephen on his cell phone. One day prior, on the 30th, when Brendan is over with Stephen in the garage, Barb calls Stephen on his mobile phone, and it's a short call. Now, I know I'm only speculating, but oh my God, it's a perfect match. Now, Barb may have got confused between the Sunday and the Monday when she actually called Stephen, but this is fantastic evidence that maybe Brendan and Barb got the day mixed up. What is the biggest problem of Brendan Dassey? His memory.
His memory.
His memory.
I just, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I don't think any of them have a great memory. And again,
No, they don't.
they're just having a fire. It's not like that they're, outside building, launching a rocket, which would be a big deal. A fire is nothing to these
In
people.
Wisconsin, no. And the tragedy is here. The investigators knew this. And you'll see, because they keep on asking questions about the calls. And there's a couple of things later on in the podcast you're gonna drop your jaw. You go, fuck, Brendan got the day wrong. So everything that Brendan is telling the investigators regarding when he was over with Stephen helping in the garage, the call that his mother made is all one day prior on the Sunday, not the Monday. And many of the people that were on the Avery salvage yard on October the 31st were asked about the fire. And most of them said, what fire are you talking about? Right? Remember, even Bobby Dassey goes, I didn't know the fire, but then later changed. Interesting, isn't it? That initially,
after they found these alleged remains, and then they had a big problem.
Yep. And even Brendan, when they questioned Brendan the very first time, oh no, I thought the fire was later, right? So it's whatever is getting seeded in their minds that they start to either agree or disagree. But these phone calls, they're on record. It's got nothing to do with their memory. The times that they were called are time stamped. And these records don't support Brendan being with Stephen in his garage on October the 31st.
They don't.
But do support Brendan being with Stephen in his garage with his mum calling Stephen on his mobile phone one day prior.
That's why I questioned it. I'm like, wait.
And is Teresa there Sunday?
No.
But don't worry, it gets better. So let's continue the. So what do you think of that little finding?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, it just. I mean, this little. I didn't take the time to go look like you did and dig. You asked me about. We were talking during the week. About different phone records. And we eventually were able to find everything.
Yes.
But I never did that, and I should have dug into it further because I'm thinking to myself,
but
okay, wait a minute, is there some confusion about when Brendan was really in that garage?
But you see, guys, that's the beauty.
His memory.
But that's the beauty of working in a group like ours, because it never ticked in my mind until you said, "Did you listen to that call on the 30th?" And I go, "No." And as soon as you hear Brendan, you can hear Brendan and Stephen telling him commands in the garage at nighttime. The bloody penny dropped.
It did.
Right? The penny dropped.
And again, even Jody said, "Who are you talking to?" Oh, I'm talking to Brendan.
Yep. And trust me, Jody was extremely sensitive to every sound. What's that in the background?
Oh, she was. Oh my
Is
God.
that a woman? Is that a woman over there?
Yeah.
She never trusted Stephen at all, and even
No.
asked, "Who are you talking to?" "Oh, just Brendan. We're in the garage." And Stephen had just come back from Crivets, working, cleaning up. You can hear him, right? So let's continue, because it starts to all come together really, really well. Okay, let's go, guys.
All right. Let me pull this up here a little bit. Okay. Weird. Okay. So what do you do between 9:30 and 10?
We watch TV a little bit, talk, and that he was glad that I helped him because he couldn't do it by himself.
When do you clean the place up?
Like at 9:50.
Sorry.
Which is 10 minutes to 10,
Yeah.
because now Brendan's got in his mind, hell, I've got to get home. I'm going to get home.
Oh, and another thing I wanted to point out, Brendan's answer is so wide open for them to swoop in. He
Yes.
said, we watched TV a little bit, talked about that he was glad that I helped him because he couldn't do it by himself. Okay, well,
No.
and Uyghur goes, when did you clean up the place? Why didn't I ask him, like, what are you talking about? Why didn't they like dig into this? Help him do what?
Oh, no. They don't want to lead Brendan to the truth. They're going to keep.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
yeah.
But notice what Brendan, think about this macabre situation. You've got Teresa Horbach in a burn pit. What'd you do, Brendan? Oh, just sat down, watched a bit of TV. Remember what Brendan said the first time he knocked on the door, with Teresa screaming, pinned up to the bed. What'd you do? Oh, we went in the lounge room. What'd you do? Oh, we drank a soda.
Had a soda, yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so bizarre. What I think, the way I've worked it out, there are two streams happening here. Brendan was with Stephen to help him clean out his garage. But the parallel story is the investigators are trying to bring in Teresa into the equation. And
That's
Brendan is mashing two events together, the 30th with the 31st. The problem is the events of the 31st could not have occurred involving Teresa in Stephen's trailer and Stephen's garage. What Brendan is doing is filling in the gaps.
Yeah.
Because he's going, wait a minute, I was there. And the phone call proved that he was there on the 30th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right?
But what I was trying to say is they purposely left him talk vaguely like this because then they can sway it to their benefit. Well,
That's
he said
correct.
he helped him, I helped.
That's correct.
It did help do some. Well, some what? They didn't
Correct.
like grill him to get to the truth, as you said. And then not a lot, but some of the guilters, they feel Brendan saying, I help him do like some of it. Remember that phone call?
You know what the sum of it was? You know what the sum of it was?
Yeah, I do.
Helping his uncle in the garage.
Exactly. Getting
That's what it was.
the van, seat, getting on the fire and cleaning up in the garage and whatever. Not killing Teresa. Anyway.
Correct. 100% correct.
He even asked, I think, how much time will I get for helping clean up the garage?
That's right. He told his auntie, how much time am I going to get for what? For helping my uncle clean the garage. Right? All right. So, guys, let's continue.
Yeah, this is preposterous. Anyway, Uyghur, tell me what you do.
He took the bed sheets, took them outside, and he burned them.
I took the bed sheets outside and he burned them. Brendan nods yes. Okay. Ding.
What was the blood on the bed sheet?
Yeah.
Was it a lot of blood?
About a stain like that big.
See, we don't know how big he's showing.
It's
Okay.
it's in the video if people want to watch it.
He just goes like that on his shirt. Yeah.
Okay.
What else did he do?
He hid that's when he hid the key, and then.
All right. Now, there's a lot of problems. A lot of problems. One, Brendan Dassey suffers from syncope. You know what that is? You faint at the sight of blood. And
Yeah.
even he said it. Even he said it. There was a document where he said, "Oh, I remember that time when I had to do this and there was blood and I fainted." Right? And now he's openly admitting that he's watching blood, and later on he admits that he's cleaning blood. It's impossible. So now he's mentioning, and this is a worry, he's mentioning that he saw blood on the bed sheets. But the problem is, when the investigators went to check the bedding, the investigators find any blood in Stephen Avery's master bedroom.
No, there was no blood on the mattress at all.
No blood whatsoever. In fact, even Kucharski was sitting on the mattress.
Yeah.
They noted no blood at all. Plus, they brought in Brutus, who detects human decomposition. Did Brutus alert in Stephen Avery's master bedroom?
Yeah. If he alerted on a few drops in the bathroom,
In
if
the
there
bathroom.
had been a blood stain on that mattress, he would have smelled, he detected it.
Yep, 100%, 100%. All right, shall we continue, guys?
Yep. Hold on. All right. And where do you hide the key?
In the dresser.
Okay. And that was the key for what?
The Jeep.
Whose Jeep?
Teresa's.
Okay. And what else did you guys do?
Where's her closet this time?
In the garage.
So how'd they get out in the garage?
When we went out there to clean up the blood.
When did you do that?
Like at 9:50.
So you and Stephen do what at 9:50 then?
We cleaned that up, and then he told me to go throw that on the fire.
Throw what on the fire?
The clothes that's full of the blood that was cleaned up.
Stop right there. What was Brenda going to say?
Stain.
Stain. Stain.
And
who convinced him that it was blood?
Fassbender did.
Right there's a Freudian slip. Stain. Right? And then he goes, the blood. Okay, let's continue, guys.
All right. What did the clothes look like? Let's start with the pants. You remember what color the pants were? Okay. What about the shirt? What color was the shirt?
Black.
What about, did you have her bra and panties too?
Mm-mm.
Where were those?
I don't know.
So you took it outside and threw them in the fire?
Yeah.
Okay. Ding.
Yeah.
Now the shirt, earlier you told us the shirt had blood on it, had a hole in it. Was that not true then?
No.
So that wasn't true? Brendan shakes head no. So what'd you do in the garage? What kind of cleaning? What did you do? How did you do it?
We threw gas on it so he could get it off. Then he tried paint thinner, and then he went to bleach to get it off. And he was spraying it I thought he got it on the floor and it splashed up on my pants or something.
How much bleach? No, let me go back. How much blood was there on the floor? Quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Where would it have been?
Like by the lawnmower where the Jeep's tire was.
So if you had to say some dimensions like 2 by 2, 2 feet by 2 feet, or 10 feet, 10 by 10, how much blood do you think there was there?
By 2 by 2.
Right.
Nice for him to suggest that.
Yep. Correct. Correct. So all Brendan is doing is taking a look. He's selecting from the choices that Wiegert is giving him, 2 by 2 or 10 by 10. Right. 10 by 10. That's half the garage. Right.
Yeah.
So it's got to be smaller than that. So he goes, 2 by 2. So let's get this straight. Brendan suffers from syncope. So at the sight of blood, he faints. So now we are to believe that Brendan Dassey is cleaning up the blood from Teresa Halbach after they shot her 10 or 11 times, and he's picking up the clothing full of blood, and he's going to the FOIA. And remember, they've been using bleach, gasoline, and paint thinner, and it's splashed on his pants. What do you think is going to happen if you're bringing all those volatile chemicals next to a fire?
It's gonna ignite.
Do you think he might catch on fire? Right?
Well, I mean, the 1,500-degree fire. First
Yep.
of all, I'd get close to it to begin with, but that's another story.
Yep, correct. So now we are to believe that someone who faints at the sight of blood is now cleaning blood in a 2 foot by 2 foot square. That's a lot of blood. If you've got that area 2 foot by 2 foot, that's quite a lot of blood. And now we're to believe that Brendan is cleaning this, and notice the time he said 9:50. Why? Because I have to be home by 10.
Yep.
Right? It's a bullshit story. Right? Now
they just accept it. It's like, okay.
Yep. Okay. Whenever you see the green ding, okay. Now, let's see what forensically it shows. If we have a look at the next picture, well, here's the problem straight away, right? The investigators knew what Teresa was wearing. In actual fact, they even asked a lot of the people that saw Teresa that day. She was wearing blue jeans, a white button-down shirt, and a spring jacket. Here's the problem. Brendan does not mention pants. He does not mention the jacket. He got the shirt color completely wrong. Teresa wasn't wearing a black shirt. She was wearing a white shirt. Brendan Dassey doesn't mention the bra. He doesn't mention the panties. He's got no idea, right? So the story is that Stephen used to keep dirty rags in his garage in a plastic bag. And that's what they used for cleaning, right? So does his answers suggest that he was cleaning up Teresa's blood using her clothes, or has he got no idea?
No idea. Not a clue.
He's got no idea. But it gets worse. Let's have a look at the next slide. So he got a lot of things wrong. So what the investigators did was they went in the garage and they went in the house. Okay, Brendan said we use paint thinner, we use bleach, we use gasoline. So what did the investigators do? They got all the cans. They got the paint thinner cans. They got the bleach. They went to the laundry and got the bleach, where most people keep their bleach. And there were several gas cans. So remember what Brendan said? Oh, Stephen was splashing it and it was going up, and it got on my jeans. Well, guys, if there's blood on the ground and you're getting splashes, is there a good chance you're going to get blood on your fingers and on your clothing? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
If there's blood.
Absolutely.
So the investigator.
And you know what? Anybody would have done that? They would have just wiped it off. Not anyone. I'm talking about Stephen. He would have wiped out the bleeding finger on his pants.
Correct.
Shirt or whatever.
Yeah, correct. So the investigator is going, oh my God, they've handled this blood that belongs to Teresa. They've handled all these items. There's got to be blood on those containers. Would you agree? You're handling them. It's
Yeah.
splashing. So therefore, the likelihood that you're getting blood on those items is very high. So the investigators go and confiscate them all, and they do presumptive. And remember, presumptive tests are pretty sensitive, right? Luminol spray, phenolphthalein. There's all these chemical tests available to test for the presence of blood. Jack 61.
Yeah, that bleach bottle, it had a stain. It had stains on the bottom of it. And again, you would
Oh, yeah.
think that if they're in this garage in this 2 or
Yep.
3 foot section of blood, it's going to get set down nearby. There's going to be potentially splashes of blood on those containers. They tested that
Correct.
bleach bottle, and it wasn't
Correct.
blood.
Correct. So the investigators did all these testing. Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide, you can see this is the results in queso, right?
I just wanted to point something out
Yeah,
that our friend from Canada, Nan's Life 7, she
Welcome.
said that Teresa is wearing a black shirt in the missing person flyer, and Brendan said that her shirt was black.
I
Yep.
noticed that. I noticed that.
Yep.
Well, it
Correct.
makes you wonder if he saw the poster and said,
Oh,
"What's
they
that
had,
black
they, had,
shirt?"
they had one in the office. They had one in the office.
Exactly. Yeah.
They did.
They had a poster in the office, right? So the investigators, and plus remember, Brendan at Crivets was watching pictures of Teresa Horbach on the TV, right? So they tested the gas cans. They tested the paint thinner. They even got a carpet piece and they sprayed luminol looking for blood spatter, a blood spatter pattern, even on the carpet. And they tested the bleach bottle. And Jack 61, if you just shift to the right-hand side, from all the testing they did, what did they find? You might have to raise it up a little bit. Yeah, can you just raise the picture up a little bit on the right-hand side?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself and
No
couldn't find
hassles.
the button.
No blood.
No blood. Nothing.
No blood. Nothing. Right. And there were stains. There were stains on those items, as Jack 61 said. And you can see on the, we won't read it out. You can see they even tested the bleach bottle. And you have all this splashing that's occurring. And there were stains on those containers, no blood at all. And this was a real worry. Wait a minute, but Brendan's saying we cleaned up a 2 foot by 2 foot section that contained blood, Teresa's blood. All this splashing took place, no blood. But it gets worse. Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide. They confiscated Brendan Dassey's jeans. Before the interrogation, they went to Brendan's house and Brendan gave him the jeans that was in the kitchen. And you can see there are bleach stains all up and down the pants. And even Brendan, I think he wiped his pants with his hands containing bleach. So the investigators, this is the front of Brendan Dassey's pants. So the investigators were checking for the presence of blood. And what did they find? No blood.
Nothing. Nothing.
No blood. Despite, now, you might say, oh, yeah, but the pants were washed. It makes no difference. Scientific testing has shown you can wash your clothes several times during detergents. DNA and potentially blood can still remain. It can still be detected, right? They found no blood on his pants. If we have a look at the next slide, they even tested the back of his pants. You can see the bleach stains because Brendan's saying that the bleach had sprayed up. Again, guys, did they find any blood? No blood.
Nothing.
No blood. No blood on those pants. Now, here's what I found really intriguing. They then confiscated his jacket that he was wearing, the Friar Tuck jacket, right? They tested for the presence of blood. And guess what, guys? No blood.
More nothing.
Nothing. So now all the findings that everything is negative, right? and I'll continue in a sec. They checked Brendan's clothing. I don't believe they even tested his shoes. I couldn't find anything on testing his own shoes, but they tested his pants. They tested his jacket that he was wearing that evening. No presence of any blood, right? Now, if we have a look at the next slide, this is where they said, this is what Brendan said, that there was Teresa's blood right behind that wheel of the lawnmower, right? That large area there. Brendan was saying that's the area that he cleaned up, right? Now, they tested with luminol, and luminol lit up. But there's one problem. Luminol cross-reacts with bleach and also some metals. Guys, where are they sitting in? What is that structure called? It's called a
Garage.
garage. And what do you put in the garage?
Cars.
Cars and lots of
Snowmobiles.
metals,
Yep.
right?
Shit. Yeah.
All sorts of stuff, right? So it can cross-react with luminol, right? Now, they did swabbing, intensive swabbing. They even jackhammered parts of the garage floor. Did they find any evidence of Teresa Horbach's blood in the garage?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing. Nothing. So they checked the containers, the clothing, the garage floor. They found none of Teresa's blood. Now, it's interesting because when they spoke with Erdl said we sprayed everywhere, but only up to a certain height, right, with the luminol. And they were looking, obviously, for blood spatter. They found none. So even though this shooting occurred, 10 shots, 11 shots, twice in the head, you'd expect some type of blood spray. They found nothing. But if you look at the next slide, this goes to show the idiocy of what the investigators were trying to insinuate, right? They then removed a lot of the items from Stephen's garage. But you notice there's still stains on the floor. Why? Because the vehicles were there.
And
Right.
who knows? Maybe they weren't just stains from Stephen's vehicle. This could have been from Roy
Correct.
Johnson's from 30 years ago.
Could have been
There's
from a
stains
long
in the
time
garage.
ago.
Yeah, this is
Correct.
a nightmare for any law enforcement. I'm sorry, but if I opened the garage and saw this and they said, go fetch, I'd like, I'm calling in sick. Look at this.
Yeah, correct.
Nightmare.
Correct. Now, in the garage, they had the Suzuki and had the snowmobile. Look where those major stains are. That's exactly where the Suzuki was and the snowmobile were, right? But they did find blood in the garage. When they did swabbing, right, the only blood that they found belonged to, who did it belong to? Stephen, right? So when they swabbed the garage, because obviously through past accidents or incidents, Stephen had bled in his own garage. But wait a minute, if you're trying to clean up a crime scene, don't you want to get rid of all evidence? Don't you want to get rid of all blood? And yet, despite using paint thinner, bleach, gasoline, they found Stephen's blood. Does that mean that they did a good or bad job in cleaning the garage?
Pretty horrible.
Pretty bad, right? But here's the kicker. Look right at the back where the yellow arrow is. What do you notice is on the ground? The toolbox, right? Which they conveniently left out in the reconstruction cartoons. The toolbox is right in front of the green compressor, right? And remember what Fassbender said, Stephen got on the ground and shot a bullet and the bullet ended up under the green compressor. The bullet can't get past the toolbox.
Most ridiculous. One of the most ridiculous things they've ever said about this case.
Yep, and that's on cam, on a documentary, right? So here's the problem. Brendan is telling them this narrative that can't be backed up by forensics. But if you remove Teresa out of the equation, completely. As in, Teresa was never in that garage, nor her RAV4. Stephen's narrative, Brendan's narrative makes perfect sense. I went over, I helped my uncle clean the garage. There was fluid on the ground, i.e. motor fluid, which Brendan said smelt like. Remember what he said? It smelt like oil. Oil. That's what he was cleaning up. They were cleaning up motor stains on the garage floor, right? And it makes perfect sense. And lo and behold, on a phone call at 8:44 on the Sunday, there's Brendan in the garage with Stephen. And that's it. Everything Brendan was talking about occurred one day prior. And we've got proof he's in the garage. He's helping Stephen, right?
Yeah. I think his memory is just terrible, and he's confusing dates and times. Now, here we are 5 months later.
Yep.
And everything he's heard from everybody at school, at home, blah blah blah. There's just no way this kid can barely remember what he did 2 days a day earlier.
Yep. And look, the thing is that on the Sunday, the school is next day. Now, do you think that Brendan on a school night is going to go over and spend hours and hours with Stephen? Or does it make logical sense that on the Sunday, which is not a school day, that's when you help out your uncle? Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, but it also, I mean, do you murder somebody, rape, kill, whatever,
Then go to
everything
school
that,
the next day.
and then you go to school the next
Exactly.
day without smelling like that
Yeah.
putrid, horrible, nauseating, vomiting inducing smell.
And what is interesting, Neville, you made a really good point. None of the investigators took the jeans or the jacket and goes, what the hell is this? Right? If Brendan is meant to be handling a dead body, assisting his uncle place Teresa Horbach on a fire with all the flames, all the fumes, burning tires, etc., don't you think that'll smell? Hell, you go to a nightclub. If you've ever been to a nightclub and people have been smoking, what do you smell like for days?
Cigarette smoke.
Correct.
Another big problem, and you've already talked about it, Doc, is they didn't test his shoes. Why the hell not? That would be your source. That would be your source right there. And Stevens.
Yep. Correct. I'm not aware that they tested his shoes. They
so.
confiscated, I think, 2 pairs of sneakers.
Yeah,
I've heard no testing from it. They may have treated it with luminol and it came up negative. Now, wait a minute. He's stepping in blood. He's meant to be stepping in blood.
That's right.
He's cleaning this particular area. He's picking up clothing with Teresa Horbach's blood. He faints at the sight of blood.
Wouldn't it be dripping? Wouldn't it be dripping too? I mean, holy shit.
Yeah. So my point is this: forensically, it doesn't back up his story, right? But he was in the garage with Stephen 1 day prior.
Definitely on the 30th.
That's irrefutable proof. You can hear Brendan in the background. And Jody said, who are you talking to? Brendan in the garage. There you go. All right. So shall we continue the narrative, the interrogation?
Okay. Let me zoom this up a little bit. Okay, Wiegert. 2 by 2. Brendan nods yes.
By the rear wheel of the Jeep, you said?
Yeah.
And the Jeep was backed in?
Mm-hmm.
By the rear wheel of the Jeep. Okay.
Were there multiple spots that you cleaned in the garage or just one?
2.
If we took you to the garage, would you be able to show us where?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where did you get the bleach from?
In his house. in his bathroom.
Were you there when his girlfriend called Jody?
No.
Oh boy. Okay. Now this sent me round the twist because this is very interesting, right? We know on the 30th, he definitely was there when Jody called. Would you agree? Because Jody asked Stephen, who's that with you?
That's
It's
right.
Brendan. So Brendan would have seen Stephen on the phone. He's talking to Jody. Brendan goes, Uyghur says, were you there when his girlfriend called Jody? He goes, no. Now, let's look at this slide here. So Brendan said he wasn't present. This October the 31st. This is the day that allegedly they raped, murdered Teresa Halbach on the 31st. Jody calls Stephen on his landline at 5:36. So from 5:36 to 5:51, they talk a total of 15 minutes. Jody, and you can hear the call, there's nothing in the background. No yelling, screaming, begging for their life, her life, nothing. Jody notes, and Jody, believe me, right, Jack 61, right, guys, she's very, very sensitive with who Stephen talks to, noises in the background.
Yeah.
She's super paranoid.
She-
You have to agree.
Yeah, she's paranoid. Exactly.
She flipped out. He was had something on TV one night,
That's right.
and it was on, and she flipped
That's
the
right.
hell out.
Who is with you? Who
It's
coughed?
like it's just the TV. It's on the TV.
Yep. Correct. 100% correct. So after Jody calls at 8:57 and talks to Stephen again for 15 minutes on the landline. That's in the records. Now remember, Jody doesn't note anything different. They do their normal trash talk, etc., etc. There's nothing nefarious. But if Brendan's narrative is correct, there was tying to the bed, there was violence, there was shooting, there was disposal of the body, disposal of the RAV4, and then after, remember what Brendan said? At that time point, they're meant to be at the pit disposing of the RAV. Because remember, they came back and they sat down and watched TV. How can that be? Right? Jody is talking to Stephen. So something is not right here. Right? Because remember what we get. So what'd you do? Oh, we just sat down and watched TV. When did you start cleaning the garage? All right, 9:50. Right? So Stephen is talking to Jody for a total of 30 minutes. Don't you think your number one concern is, shit, I better get rid of all this forensic evidence. I just murdered a woman. And I called Auto Trader and it's all going to come back to me. He talks to his girlfriend, fiance, for 30 minutes in total. And remember what he does in between. He calls his brother as well.
Calls Chuck. You know, this is the insanity of that whole time period. Completely missed. Completely missed.
And that's why Kratz scratched his head and said, shit, Stephen must be a psychopath. He's a multitasking killer. Neville, have you got any comments on multitasking killer?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
I have a comment regarding Kratz. Kratz knows exactly well that Stephen is not a psychopath, that Stephen did not kill Teresa, that none of this fucking thing happened. Pardon my French. He knew that. He invented the whole narrative, and a bad one, a sick one at that, because they needed to secure Stephen's conviction because of all the problems of stemming from the 1985 case.
Correct.
Kratz was scratching his head because he was like, fuck, this is getting complicated, even for me. and my imagination. That's my humble opinion.
Yep. Because we've got these time phone calls. So if Teresa was murdered after 2:35 when she arrived on the property, right up to this time point, that meant that Stephen would have been involved in all of this ultra violence and removal of her body and RAV4 and cleaning the garage while talking to his fiance with Brendan present. Correct? If the narrative is correct, what Brendan is saying, he's around when Jody is calling.
No
right?
doubt.
Brendan can't be going back and forward. But that makes no sense at all, right? He's there. He has to help his uncle get rid of the RAV, clean up the garage, all of this stuff, and his fiance is calling him, right? So if we look at the next slide, we can summarize it quite nice, right? So after Stephen calls Teresa at 2:35, he then calls her again at 4:35. Teresa didn't answer, and Stephen was asked, "What'd you call Teresa at 4:35?" Kratz says, "Oh, that's to establish an alibi." No, he called her at 4:35 because he wanted to come back to photograph the end loader that they had for sale, and they had one that he wanted to put in Auto Trader. But have a look at this. You've got Jody that calls at 5:36, talks for 15 minutes. You got then Stephen calling Chuck on his mobile phone from 5:57 to 6:02. And allegedly, all this mayhem is going on. He calls his brother for 5 minutes. And then Jody calls again at 8:57, talks for 15 minutes. And wait a minute, aren't they meant to be watching TV? Aren't they meant to be cleaning up? Right? So it makes no sense. So this now begs the question, when did Brendan actually go over to Stephen's trailer? Right? Where's Brendan when all these calls are going on? You don't hear him.
No.
Do you hear a fire crackling in the background? Nothing. But we have documentary evidence that Brendan is with Stephen on October the 30th in Stephen's garage. And
right.
We have evidence of Barb using her cell phone to call Stephen on his cell phone on October the 30th, not the 31st.
That's right.
Not the 31st.
He's completely misremembered those 2 days. Completely.
He got the days wrong.
Yeah.
Brendan Dassey got the days wrong. But there's one killer call that not even Kratz could handle. Not even Wiegert and Fassbender could handle, because this completely skewed their time points. And it introduces a huge problem, because if we have a look at the next slide, guess who calls the Dassey household at 6 o'clock?
Blaine's boss, Cornley.
Blaine's boss. And guess who answers the phone?
Brendan.
Brendan. So how the fuck is Brendan meant to be with Stephen raping, torture, mutilation, all this sort of stuff, if Brendan's casually on the phone talking to Blaine's boss? Right? So I want to read this out. This is important. Jack 61, would you like to read Cornelie?
Yes, I will.
Sorry about that. And Neverly, would you like to read Fremgen, which is the question?
Sure.
Okay, let's go for it.
Now, do you recall where you were on October 31st, 2005?
I was in Birmingham, Alabama.
On that night, or at some point on October 31st, 2005, did you contact the Dassey residence?
Yes, I did.
By that, I mean, did you call them?
Yes, I called to talk to Blaine to see if he's going to come back to work on the following weekend, because he hadn't worked with me the weeks before, the 2 weeks before, um, said that he was putting on a roof on one of his uncle's cottages up north, and it was working with Stephen.
And do you recall what time it was that you called?
It was around 6. I think it probably was about between 5:45 and maybe 5:50. I think it was before 6.
Did you speak with Blaine?
No, I spoke with Brendan and asked him if Blaine was there, and he said no, that he went trick or treating, and I was kind of taken aback. I said, "Well, he can't be trick or treating. He's 17." And then he told me that he had taken his friend Jason, 2 brothers, and they went trick or treating together.
How long did the conversation between you and Brendan take place?
Somewhere probably 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you notice what the problem is now? Brendan can't be at Stevens.
Yeah, he
Brendan,
can't be there.
Brendan's at home. That's exactly what he said the first time fucking around, that he was home. He was
That's
playing
right.
PlayStation.
That's right.
He heard his brother ring up his friend, go trick-or-treating, right? He was home. He was playing computer games. Blaine's boss ring, and this deaf, you know that Fassbender and we get convinced Brendan that this call never took place.
They did.
They convinced him this call never took place.
That's right.
Cornelie said, I can't remember whether I used my mobile phone or used the phone in the hotel room. And he said that he had trouble with that company. I think it was with AT&T. That some of his calls never went on his record. Now, unfortunately, we know that Mike Cornelie and Blaine, right? We know what happened there. There's no way that Mike Cornelie would lie about making that call. No way. Because he was expecting Blaine to go and work for him. And Brendan said, hey, he went trick-or-treating. And Mike Cornelie said exactly the same thing, what Brendan told him. This call took place. Brendan was home. But the investigators want none of that. They convinced Brendan, oh, yeah, this call never happened, right? Do we have any comments? Neverly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to be muted.
Yep. How are we going in chat? We're getting some questions?
Oh, yeah. We got quite a few questions, actually, that
Okay.
I've starred, or up to 20 that I've caught.
Okay. Awesome.
Case did ask a question. Can we produce records providing that Cornelie called the Dassey house that night? If not, why?
Well, they asked Mike Cornelie, and he said that he tried to find the record on his listing, couldn't find it. He couldn't. Now he did say that with that particular company that he had, sometimes calls were not listed. But he couldn't remember sorry.
Well, it's also a pretty well known fact that if you like, I mean, like if you have an account, a cell account, I don't know about now, but at least back then, and you looked at your account of the calls made during the month before you get your final bill for that month,
Okay.
calls can be left off. They may
Yep.
not be a complete detailing of all calls.
Yep.
And I find it really strange that those calls were his final bill for that month was not subpoenaed. It should have been.
Yep.
But as far as I know, that wasn't done. So
yep. Interesting. I mean, there's no way that Mike Cornelie is going to try and help or assist Stephen in any way.
Why would he? There's no motive there at all.
No, zero. And unfortunately, he did have a liking for Blaine. So there's I have no doubt that this call took place. And he even said, I spoke with Brendan, and that's correct. Blaine wasn't there. Blaine had gone trick-or-treating. So isn't it interesting that both Mike Cornelie and Brendan say the same narrative, the same story? and they back each other up, right? Interesting. So, according to the state, oh no, this call could not have taken place. Here's the problem. We look at the next page. I went and looked at the newspaper on October the 31st. Can you blow up that little section right on the left-hand bottom in blue? Here's the problem. You know when sunset was? You want to read it out, Neverly? Sunset was? Can you see it? Neverly might be muted.
I'm looking. No. I'm looking. The sunset was at 4:50 p.m., which is kind of early. Yeah.
That meant that when Brendan got the call from Cornelia, it was
6 o'clock.
It was dark. It was 5 o'clock. It was before 5.
Yeah.
It was dark.
dark. So all this nefarious activity was occurring in pitch black, right? It was dark, but it gets better because Brendan completely forgot that when he got the mail and when he went over to Stevens, it was dark, right? So let's continue. So keep that in mind. Case 10 asked a really good question. I believe Mike Cornelia did phone, right? Because what Brendan told Mike Cornelia is exactly what Mike Cornelia told Fremgen in court, right? And remember, you lie, you're perjuring yourself, right?
Not only that, but is Brendan actually capable to keep all of this information? Remember his memory thing? And to have the balls to lie blatantly like that and to corroborate with Cornelia. Yeah.
Because it meant that Brendan and Mike Cornelia had to collude together a story.
Exactly.
Right.
And again, why would Cornelia do it? What would be his motivation to help Brendan or Stephen at all? I can't prove he called without the records.
Correct. Cherie.
Well, to quote
I'm
sorry. To quote Kratz, if it's in the record in court, that's the quote unquote truth, whether you like it or not.
Yep, that's the truth. All right, guys, shall we continue?
Cherie, do you have a question?
No, I was unmuted by accident.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys are up. Slide.
Okay. Was Stephen bleeding?
On his finger, that's it.
Did Stephen know he was bleeding?
Yeah.
Did he make any comments about that?
Well, he just went in the bathroom. He got a Band-Aid when he went in to get the bleach.
What did Stephen say he was going to do with her car?
That he was going to crush it.
Did he say when he was going to try and do that?
No, he said he would have. Actually, the sooner the better.
Okay, there's a couple of huge problems here. Stephen was, according to Brendan, Stephen was cognizant that he was bleeding. He was cognizant that he was bleeding.
Yet he's handling paint thinner, gasoline,
and
bleach in that cut, and bleach, and getting it on that cut, and he's not screaming bloody murder. Are you kidding me?
Yep. And he went, and according to Brendan, he went in the bathroom and he got a Band-Aid. Now, if he's cognizant he's bleeding, did the investigators find one drop of Stephen's blood anywhere around the RAV4?
No.
Any outside and on the RAV4 that belonged to Stephen?
No. That's why I said none on the door handles.
Any on the door handles?
No.
Any on the back door handle that he had to open?
No.
Any of Stephen's blood around where the tractor was, the lawnmower?
No.
So how about on the gun?
Yeah, that's right. None on the gun. So when did Stephen realize he was bleeding?
Exactly.
And if he realized he was bleeding, then how did the blood get in the RAV4?
Well, he realized he was bleeding before they went to Menards.
That's correct. That on November the 3rd. So here's the problem.
Yeah.
Here's what I can't understand. according to Brendan, they'd backed in the RAV4, backed it in. And remember, he was saying, oh, Teresa's body was lying at the back of her back wheel, right? At the back wheel. Stephen's garage is full of tools. Why didn't they remove the number plates in the garage?
That's right. Snowmobile, lawnmowers in there, all that shit.
Yep. So in other words, in order to get the RAV in, you need to remove two vehicles, the Suzuki and also the snowmobile. You have to remove them. And they had to then back in Teresa's RAV4. Now, here's the question. If you look at where the blood is in the RAV4, how did Stephen suddenly know he was bleeding, cognizant of bleeding, and then went to get the bleach? And then put a Band-Aid on his finger. How did he then bleed in the RAV4? Right. If he had gas, paint thinner, and bleach, why didn't he give the inside of the RAV4 a wipe over?
That too. Exactly.
Wait, why didn't he take a 2-minute shower like his nephew?
Yep. The whole thing does not make sense.
No.
Because you've got Stephen's blood isolated on the inside. But Brendan just said, we reversed the Jeep in, which meant that Stephen was driving the Jeep, correct?
That's right.
Correct.
They backed it in. So was Stephen bleeding before or after? If he was bleeding before, he's leaving blood on the steering wheel, the shifter, the brake, everywhere. Do you find blood in any of those?
No.
None. Then Brendan is saying, we got Teresa, we put her in, or we then took her out, we shot her 11 times, and then we put her on the creeper and we carried or rolled the creeper, took her out. Then I got in the car with Monk and we took her down to the pit. And at the pit, my uncle took off the license plates and he disconnected the battery. And yet he's in the garage with tools and he doesn't take off the number plates and he leaves his blood in the garage, in the RAV4. And then Brendan goes, oh, he went to the bathroom and he got a Band-Aid. So wait a minute. Stephen knows about DNA, correct? He got exonerated by DNA.
Oh, yeah.
He knows about DNA evidence. And yet, we're to believe he's so sloppy, he leaves his own blood in the RAV4.
I don't think so.
And he's got paint, bleach, and gasoline, and rags. What you have to do is give the car one wipe over.
Right.
And here's the irony. He's got cans of gasoline. He could have driven the RAV anywhere and torched it.
Idiot and savant.
Idiot and savant.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right?
He cleaned up the trailer so well. But he forgot to clean up the blood in the RAV.
Okay. Now, here's the question a lot of people ask. Well, where did Brendan get this notion that Stephen was going to crush the RAV4? Where did he get this notion from? I reckon I found it. Have a look at the next slide. Cherie, do you see the slide? We'll just wait till it comes up. Notice this is November the 9th, the day that Stephen gets arrested. Have a look at this DCI report at what Skolinski is telling the family. Let's go for it.
At approximately 2:05 p.m., Special Agent Skolinski, Investigator O'Neill, and Chuck arrived at the Aurora Medical Center. At this time, Chuck said he was all done talking. Special Agent Skolinski told Chuck that is fine, but he is going to cooperate with the evidence and medical technicians. If at any point he refuses to do that, Special Agent Skolinski will arrest him and transport him to the Manitowoc County Jail. Chuck said he understood and that he would cooperate. While waiting for the evidence and medical technicians to begin taking the samples and doing the examination, Special Agent Skolinski told Chuck that he wanted him to think about a few things. Special Agent Skorlinski told Chuck that Teresa Hallback's car key was found in the bedroom of his brother, Stephen Avery. Skorlinski said that the investigators believed that Stephen kept the key so he could later move Hallback's vehicle from the back of the salvage yard to the shop where he could strip it down to get it ready for crushing. Gorlinski said Stephen concealed Hallback's vehicle with branches and car parts so Chuck and his other brother, Earl Avery, would not see it and become suspicious.
So the narrative of crushing the car is coming from
Chuck.
not Chuck,
No,
Skorlinski.
Chuck. Skorlinski,
Skorlinski is telling Chuck the key,
yeah.
the hiding of the RAV with branches, and what Stephen was going to do. Now, Chuck must be thinking, wait a minute, how was Stephen going to strip the car if the place where they stripped the car is where I work? Because the place where they stripped the car is right opposite the office. And you don't think that either Chuck or Earl or Alan or Mama Avery are going to notice a relatively new car in their space being stripped down and it resembles the victim's vehicle?
Of course they would. Of course.
Oh, I want to know what Chuck also thought about what Special Agent Skorlinski said, that Stephen concealed the vehicle.
Yep.
And that he wanted to do that without their knowledge. Chuck
Yep.
would say, what did Chuck say to that? I would have said something.
Well, do you realize what Skorlinski did prior? He threatened Chuck.
Yep.
He goes,
Yep.
if you don't play ball, I'm going to arrest you.
I'm going to arrest you and throw you in jail.
Yep. And not only that, how many times did Skorlinski tell Chuck, oh, you remember that girl, Lauren, is it Dupre? Oh, no. Case 10. Case 10.
No, we're not saying that Skorlinski is part of anything.
He's not part of it. You don't.
We're noting his actions about what he said. He's the one that's bringing up about crushing the car.
Correct. Skorlinski's got nothing to do with it, right?
No.
And this is what they do. This is what investigators do. They throw shit out to see what's going to stick. And because they do have a vivid imagination, because they've done cases, so I'm not blaming Skorlinski for thinking outside the box.
No. Skorlinski is doing the right thing. What I'm saying is this: all the important pieces of evidence and thinking, they're telling the family members. And what do you think Chuck is going to be saying to his other brother and potentially Brendan listening in as well?
Of course, he's that's what I'm saying. All the shit that Brendan's picking up on, even with his shitty memory, and he does have a terrible memory. Certain things are gonna stick.
Correct. The detectives are telling the narrative. He talked about the key, the hiding of the car, and the idea of crushing the vehicle. Right? That's coming straight from the detectives. But that's not the end of it. Have a look at the next one. This is Skorlinski again on November the 29th. Remember, Brendan Dassey is not even a thought at this stage. Neverly, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read this one out?
Sure. Alan stated if Stephen did this, then how was he going to get rid of Teresa's car? Special Agent Skorlinski said Stephen's plan was to crush it in the car crusher. Special Agent Skorlinski said that Stephen hid Teresa's car from Chuck and Earl and was planning on driving the car to the shop at a later date and stripping it down to prepare it for crushing. But for whatever reason, Stephen did not get an opportunity to do that. Alan said, how could that be when the car crusher should not have been there? Alan said the owner of the car crusher was supposed to come and get it weeks ago. Alan did not know the last time Stephen was operating the car crusher. Special Agent Skorlinski told Alan that according to Earl, Stephen was operating the car crusher on November 4th, 2005, the day before Teresa's car was found in the back of the auto salvage yard. Alan did not say anything. And Special Agent Skrolinski said if he did not believe him, then he should ask his son, Earl.
Hold on. So according to Skalinsky, who again repeated what Stephen was going to do to crush the vehicle.
Which is his speculation. How would
Correct.
he know?
But wait, he said that Earl told him that one day prior to Teresa coming on the property, or before they found the RAV, Stephen had crushed the car on November the 4th. Is that what it says?
Mhm. Yeah, that's
Yep.
what it says.
And he says,
right.
if you don't believe me, go and ask
your
Earl.
son. Yep.
Ask your son. And Ellen must be going, fuck, my son crushed a car one day before they found the RAV4. So the investigator,
Yeah, and look at this.
the investigators
look
did
at this.
ask Earl. Sorry, Neverly.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. He says, Alan did not say anything. See
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But when
Yes.
they told Chuck that, they omitted to say what was Chuck's reaction.
Yep, correct. So Skolinsky is basically trying to convince everyone your son, your brother was going to crush Teresa's RAV4. Is that the impression you get?
Well, yeah, he's throwing it out there. That's what he was
Right.
going to do.
He's seeding their minds.
But again, it that thought process has to be going through their mind of like, how's he going to get it in the garage and none of us see it? There's just
Yep. So the investigators, they're going to ask Earl. They're going, all right, what can you tell me about the crusher? Who operates the crusher? Let's have a look at the next slide. Now, notice the date. It's November the 8th. This is one day before Stephen's arrest. Right? Jack, do you see the slide?
absolutely.
Would you like to read it? So now Lewis asks Earl about the crusher and who had operated it. Let's go for it.
Special Agent Lewis informed Earl Avery that law enforcement had observed what was believed to be a car crusher located in the pit area of the Avery Auto Salvage property. Earl Avery indicated there was, in fact, a car crusher located inside the pit area of the property. However, that machine was owned by an individual identified as Norb, who resided in the Denmark, Wisconsin area. Lewis questioned Earl Avery in regards to if the car crusher had been recently operated. Earl Avery indicated that approximately 1 month ago, Norb, the owner of the car crusher, crushed approximately 100 to 125 cars. Earl Avery indicated that once the vehicles were crushed, the Avery business would be billed by Norb, and the price would be according to the tonnage of the vehicles crushed.
Okay, so before you go on there, so there's no hiding any crushed vehicles, correct?
No.
They've got to deal with Norbs. Norbs comes along and gets the cars and charges them accordingly.
Yeah.
There's no hiding of a crushed car.
And all that paperwork has to be submitted to the state.
Yep. And remember, a couple of podcasts ago, when all these people, remember you played them on the phone calls, all these people calling in, oh, a guy came in and he had all these cars, but he didn't want to give us the VIN number and
Didn't want to identify himself, just wanted cash.
Right. And remember, the investigators went to 2 scrap yards.
Yep.
Did you receive any crushed cars from the Averys?
Nope.
So where do you think if that was the intention of crushing the RAV4, he was going to hide the RAV4? Sooner or later, it would have been discovered. Why? Because they're going to take down all the numbers. They keep an inventory.
That's right.
Right? But have a look at the next paragraph. That's the killer. Have a read.
Special Agent Lewis questioned Earl Avery if he or Stephen had crushed any vehicles recently. Earl indicated that both Stephen and himself, anywhere from 2 to 2.5 weeks ago, had crushed vehicles on their own. Earl indicated that he believed that Stephen crushed a late model Jeep Wagoneer. Earl indicated that no other vehicles had been crushed by either Norb or Stephen and or himself within the last 2-week time frame. Well,
You want to read that sentence again?
yep. Earl indicated that no other vehicles had been crushed by either Norb or Stephen and or himself within the last 2-week time frame.
And what did Skolinski say to Alan? That
That's
your
Steve-
son crushed the vehicle on November the 4th.
That's right.
Yeah. Where did he get that?
He made it up.
He made it up. He lied.
He made it up. Ththese fuckers are
Reed's
permitted to
technique.
lie. Yes. Yes. They are permitted to lie. And they do it. That's
Well-
what they did to Brendan as well. Constantly lie.
That's supposed to be an interrogation in a room. That's what it's supposed to be. Not just, when you're talking to people, just outright lie to them. That's the way I take the interpretation of being able to be dishonest.
Because they wanted to change the feeling and narrative that they had for Stephen.
Of course.
Oh my God, my son, one day prior to you guys finding the RAV, he crushed the car. And of course,
Skrolinski and O'Neill were really aggressive.
very,
Pushing,
very aggressive.
very aggressive.
Very aggressive. And
With
it was
accusatory
Yep.
and inflammatory comments and questions.
It was Skolinski that told Brendan, stop protecting your uncle. We believe your uncle did this, right? And so the notion of crushing, where did Brendan get all the notions from? It came from the detectives telling the family. And of course, they will be talking. They'll be talking to each other. Crush, 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 crush. That was the whole idea, right? So Brendan's obviously hearing these things and, oh, well, why'd you bring the car down there? Oh, it's close to the crusher. That's why he had the key. But Stephen doesn't need a key. He needs an end loader, right? And an end loader makes a lot of noise. The crusher makes a lot of noise. Chuck lives upstream from where the car crusher is.
Oh, he
That's
would
where
have heard it. He would have heard it.
Everything. And you know that Chuck, he knows all the vehicles in the property, right? Are you trying to tell me he doesn't know the sound of his own crusher or an end loader? The whole concept doesn't make any sense.
Except they're trying to manipulate the family.
Family. They are manipulating the family, right? Okay, do we have a question?
Just a comment from James. They needed to create a reason for parking the car where it was and why Avery would leave it in such an obvious place when all he had to do was drive it off the property wearing gloves.
Correct. And look, Stephen's garage was full of stuff. Gloves. He had all the chemicals needed. If he needed to get rid of the RAV4, he could have easily done it. It's right there. But he did none of that. And how in the
He
hell?
could have done it at the Cuss Road. My goodness. I would have believed probably that he did it if it was
No,
at
but
Cuss Road.
the investigators say that nothing took place at Cuss Road. Nothing was
nothing
found
to
at Cuss
see.
Road. Nothing to see. All right. So shall we continue? It's interesting how manipulative Skolinski was. And Neville is correct. Skolinski was very, very aggressive. Okay, let's continue, guys.
All right. Uyghur, you need a break? Any soda or something?
I got water here.
Okay. Now, we can get you a soda if you want one. Would you like one? Brendan nods yes. What kind?
Coke.
Go. Okay.
Before we get that, does anyone else know this?
No,
Has Stephen told you that someone else knows?
not that I know of.
How about Chuck? Brendan shakes head no. Does Chuck know?
No.
Okay, we'll take a little break.
And take a breath.
We'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Now, notice the strategic question they asked him. Does Chuck know about this? You know why they asked him? Because in the middle of all this mayhem, what does Stephen do at 5:57 on October the 5th?
Calls
He
Chuck
calls-
for 5 minutes.
Calls his brother for 5 minutes. They know that he called his brother for 5 minutes, right? So obviously, did Chuck hear anything? But wait a minute, where's Brendan? Brendan can't be there. Because why? Because Brendan's at home. Why? Because Mike Corneely speaks to him and tells him, oh no, my brother's gone trick-and-treating. And that's why they can't have the Corneely call in. Because you see what they're doing? If you have Mike Corneely there, it's dark, pitch black, right? Now, remember, Brendan's got to go get the mail. He's got to go knock on the door. There are people yelling. Teresa's yelling. And yet Stephen calls his brother at 5:57. Do you see the disconnect?
It creates a major problem.
There are major problems. So they're going, wait a minute. If Teresa's meant to have all this violence occur to her, Jody calls either side of Chuck, and Chuck's right bang smack in the middle.
It also creates another problem of what time the RAV actually, if it, this hypothetical situation happens, where's this RAV sitting this entire time before it gets back in the garage? That's
the problem, because Brendan is vacillating between it's outside.
That's right, under the trees.
But you watch what he says next. It's coming up. It's just going to blow your mind. It was by the trees, by the large trees. That's bang smack where Teresa had parked her car to photograph the van. What happens when Bobby Dassey gets home? Bobby was asked, did you see Teresa's car? And what did Bobby say?
Nope.
So wait a minute. Bobby's saying one thing, Brendan is saying another, and the investigators are going. That's why the investigators went out. The investigators are comparing notes. They're going, fuck, this makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all. They can't back up what Brendan is telling them. And part of the read technique is to leave the suspect by himself for 5-10 minutes. It's done deliberately. It's part of the read technique.
Because they go outside to talk and to make him nervous.
Yep, make him feel nervous. Correct. All right, guys, shall we continue?
Sure. Fassbender. We got some food up here, sandwich or anything. You want something? Brendan shakes head no. Are you sure? Brendan nods yes. Bathroom? Brendan shakes head no. Nothing? Just soda? Brendan nods yes. All right, bud, hang in there.
Bud.
Door open, bud, yeah. Doors opens and closes. Pause, break, long pause, door opens. So he was there by himself.
Yep.
Here you go, bud.
Thank you.
Would you like to have a sandwich or anything? How many times is he going to ask him?
A lot.
Brendan shakes head no. You sure?
Not hungry.
Okay. Brendan nods yes. If you want something, just let somebody know.
Okay.
Doing okay? Brendan nods yes. Need anything? Brendan shakes head no. Need to go to the bathroom? Got your soda?
Now, you might be thinking, how come they're doing all of this? And the answer is because they want to appear to be the good guys.
Yes.
We did everything. We did everything by the book. We got a nice soft couch. We were friendly. We offered food. And that's exactly what Judge Hamilton said.
Yeah. We didn't harass him.
Yep.
But
what they never encountered or considered was Brendan himself. His lack of his memory, poor memory, his lack of skills, verbalization, right? It didn't matter that they offered him food, drinks, nice, comfortable, didn't shout. The problem is with Brendan himself, right? And the read technique and the effect that it had on him. Guys, do we have any comments?
They're just checking off boxes. They're, the read technique, the steps
Correct.
They need to take. And that's exactly what they were doing.
Correct.
Plus, it's fucking annoying when somebody asks you the same question over and over and over again.
Yes.
And now they're building paranoia, in and out, in and out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the read technique.
Yep.
Yeah.
What happens in the next slide is heartbreaking, and it says a lot about Brendan's state of mind. Let's go for it.
Fassbender, want something to eat? Brendan shakes head no. You sure?
Ain't hungry.
No. Anything at all?
Mm-mm.
You all right? Brendan nods yes. Okay. Door closes, long pause, door opens. Wiegert.
You got it, Jack?
Here, I'll do it. Wiegert. Hey, Brendan, you need to use the bathroom or anything? Brendan shakes head no. You sure? Brendan shakes head no. Need anything else?
Mm-mm.
Wiegert. Sandwich or anything? Oh my God, they knew that they're gonna actually not let him go, that they're gonna keep him. So this is what this is. Yeah.
Yep.
Sandwich or
he's-
anything? Brendan shakes
Oh,
head no.
no.
Did
I
you
think
get your
Jack's
soda?
Cherie, do you see the slides?
No.
Yeah, because Jack 61 has
Jack
dropped
had to
out.
go.
Yep.
Yeah.
So hold on.
So my theory is by repeatedly asking him all the same questions and going in and out, and I think of course we know what happened, but they know that they're not gonna let him go and that Brendan is fucked. And I don't think that it
Yes.
sits well with them, but they have to do it.
Yes. Are we still live?
I think so. We're live.
Can someone in the chat just tell us that we're still live? We're still good? Because I think Jack 61 dropped out.
Yes.
We're still alive?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cherie, if you can't see the slides, I'll do
can.
Brendan. I'll do Brendan. And
Okay.
Neville, are you happy to do Wiegert and
Of
Fassbender?
course. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
Okay.
where are we up to?
I'm going to do Wiegert.
Okay.
Okay. Wiegert. Hey, Brendan, you need to use the bathroom or anything? Brendan shakes head no. You sure? Brendan shakes head no. Need anything else?
Mm-mm.
Wiegert. Sandwich or anything? Brendan shakes head no. Did you get your soda?
Yeah.
Wiegert. Okay. We'll be in about 2 minutes, okay?
I got a question though.
Sure.
How long is this going to take?
It shouldn't take a whole lot longer.
Do you think I can get there before 129?
Probably not.
Oh,
What's at 129?
well, I have a project due in 6 hours.
Oh,
Now, Cherie, do you have any comments about that? What does that tell you?
He has no idea what's happened to him.
He's got no comprehension. He's got absolutely no idea of the severity of what he's just admitted to, right? So you can see from his answers and his questions, first, remember when they talked to him about, oh, what did you do regarding the cleaning up? And he goes, oh, that's when my mother called, right? Instead of saying, oh, we did this in the garage and this in the garage, he talks about his mother giving him a call, saying that he had to be home by 10. Then in the middle of all this, he goes, how long is this going to take? Do you think I can get back to school? Why? Oh, because I've got a project I've got to hand up. Right?
At 129, which is pretty specific, and nobody talks like that. You say 130.
Yep. Jack, you're back.
So sorry. Power went out.
It's okay.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Boom, gone. God almighty. Hold on just 1 second. Let me reload everything. I apologize, guys.
Yep. Are we apparently we're still live?
Yeah, it won't kick us off YouTube.
Okay. That's good. Yeah. So we just finished reading page 94, where Brendan goes, he asks Wiegert, Am I going to get back to school? I've got something to hand up, right? Now,
Um,
most people, if they're admitting to violent sexual assault, being part of a shooting scenario, putting the victim on the fire, and hiding the victim's vehicle, you think, shit, I'm going to get arrested. I'm not going to go back to school. But Brendan had no concept, right? Had no idea of what he had admitted to. Would you guys agree?
Yes,
Absolutely.
and I
Absolutely.
believe that Wiegert and Fassbender had to do this job. I believe they knew that Brendan was all over the place, but they had the orders to arrest him because they got enough for a so-called confession. They got enough. I think that they were told, go there, get Brendan, and that's why they kept asking him about a fucking sandwich and bathroom
Correct.
breaks and sodas over and over and over
Correct.
again, and going in and out because they were like,
Correct.
oh fuck, we gotta do this.
Correct.
Not that I'm cutting them any slack,
not
but
not
to
only
me,
that,
this is what it looks like.
but Neverly, not only that, you'll see in the next slide, they were comparing notes and they knew that things were not adding up because there's no doubt they would have had phone records, they would have had their documentation. What Brendan was telling them was not making any sense at all. All right,
Yeah,
guys, so we continue.
we're on slide 95. Jack.
95.
Okay.
Yep. Let's continue. Jack, are you happy to continue reading?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Uyghur. Okay. Well, we'll worry about that later, okay? Brendan nods yes. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Long pause. Door closes. The door opens. So, do you need to use the bathroom or anything? Brendan Shake said no. No? You're good? Brendan said nods yes. Okay.
How are you feeling, Brendan?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Brendan nods yes. Got a lot of stuff off your chest, huh?
Uh-huh.
A lot more stuff, a lot of the truth. Brenda nods yes. What we do when we leave the room, we kind of talk about stuff to make sure that we think we're all on the same page, and that we're getting it, the truth, the whole truth. Brenda nods yes. And then we think you're doing a pretty good so far, but there's some areas that we have to revisit, okay?
Yeah.
Brenda nods yes.
Yeah, they
Jesus.
know. They know. They know.
Yeah.
They're really worried.
Yeah. And then some other questions. And again, don't make us work so hard for this. Don't make yourself work so hard for this. Just get the truth out right away, because again, we have a pretty good knowledge of what happened there. Brenda nods yes. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I want to revisit when you got home from school. Brenda nods yes. Okay. You were with Blaine, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you walked down the road to your house. Brenda nods yes. And you said that you saw Stephen on the porch.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Here's the problem. Here's a big, big problem. Blaine was Brendan's alibi, correct?
That's right.
Blaine and Brendan were together. They were together on the school bus. They left the school bus at the same time. They walked down the gravel road at the same time, and they entered into the house at the same time.
Yeah. It wouldn't Blaine have known if Brendan left the house?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing he would.
Yep. Correct. But the problem is this. What Brendan said does not match what Blaine said. But it gets worse. What Blaine then says doesn't match what Brendan said. And the investigators know it. So they're trying to sort out what the hell is going on between Brendan and Blaine. Okay, let's go for it.
Fassbender. Mark and I are having a problem with that. Now, if I'm not saying that I'm gonna put words in your mouth. So we're having a problem with that. Blaine not seeing it and stuff like that, and the time period, because it's 3:45, and we are real familiar with time periods here, and when she got there and stuff. Is there something you need to tell us about that? When you got home, what did you see before you went into your house? Did you even go into your house, or did you go over to Stevens? Talk to us. Talk to us about what happened there, because the time periods aren't adding up, bud.
Cherie, I think you're muted.
Oh, yep, I was. Well, I don't know if Blaine's seen it, but I never asked him about it. So I don't know if he's seen it or not.
Again, whether Blaine saw it or not, the time periods aren't adding up. They're not equaling out. We know when Teresa got there. Brenda nods yes. And I guarantee you, Teresa not standing on the porch when you come home from school. I don't see that. I don't even. I have a problem with the car sitting on the front yet at this time either. That car sitting out front, other people would have seen that car. Something is not adding up here, and you need to tell us the truth. Did this at all start right when you came home from school? You need to tell me. You need to be honest with me. I can't tell you. I can't tell you these things. I can tell you we don't believe you because there are some things that are wrong, but you've got to tell me the truth. This is, getting serious here now, okay? Brenda nods yes. Tell me what happened when you got home. Objection, compound, fuck.
Okay, but now you know what the problem is. The problem is Teresa, her RAV4, Blaine, Brendan, timing. None of it is adding up.
And
so
they know it.
They know it. Did you see the suggestion that Fassbender had seeded in Brendan? Did you go directly to Stevens?
Yeah, or did you go home?
Or did you go home? And fucking hell, Blaine was with Brendan, and Blaine said we both went home, right? Blaine got on the telephone, and I played PlayStation. You see, the investigators are going, how did all this mayhem happen? And Brendan was involved in all of this. If he went after 6 o'clock, you get it?
Yep.
You get it? And they got it too. They're going, wait a minute. Brendan's saying the RAV4 was sitting out there. That can't be right. Wait, Brendan said that he saw Teresa with Stephen on the porch. That can't be right. So now the investigators are starting to question the logic. And remember the question I asked right at the start. When is Brendan telling the truth? The investigators don't know.
Right.
The investigators do not know. They're now starting.
But they had to know that a lot of what he told them was not correct. They had to know that.
Correct.
Of course, that's why they said, hey, we have some questions. And then Fassbender gives him like a compound, this like word salad. And this, the time, did you go home? Did you go to Stevens? Blaine, did you talk to him? Were you with Blaine? All of these things. So which part did they buy from what was Brendan saying? Because
Correct.
there was a lot of things that it didn't fit their narrative.
Nope. And remember, in the May 13th interview, he goes, I never went to go get the mail. I never heard any screaming.
That's right.
That was a lie. He made it. Did you cut her hair? No. Right? So now he's saying, no, that didn't happen. But look what he says next. Now remember, Fassbender just said, times ain't adding up, bud. I don't believe her RAV4 was out there. So look what Brendan does next. Let's continue.
I got off the bus, I walked down the road, and when I got to that thing, the other house, I just sitting there for nothing. I couldn't see her Jeep in the garage, just sitting there.
I could.
Oh, I could see her Jeep in the garage, just sitting there, and I didn't see Stephen and her on the porch.
So this makes no sense now.
He completely changed his narrative.
Yeah.
Everything's flipped.
Everything is completely flipped. He goes, fuck. I said that I saw Teresa's car out there. They didn't like that. I said that I saw Stephen talking to Teresa on the porch. They didn't like that. So now what does he says? I was just sitting there for nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, but I saw Teresa's car now in the garage. With the door open.
So somehow Stephen's moved all this shit out of the garage before he gets home from school.
Suzuki.
Maybe Teresa helped him.
Suzuki and also the snowmobile.
Yep.
By himself. And the Suzuki had to be pushed because it wasn't running.
No.
And furthermore, Stevens was the F-350 truck.
Yep.
Was right in the front at the door.
That's right.
So imagine Wiegert and Fassbender exchanging looks like, oh, what the fuck?
It had to be.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's better. Okay, shall we continue?
Yeah. Wiegert, you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
Did not. Okay.
Ding, ding.
And I just walked up to the house.
To whose house?
Mine and Blaine's. Went into the garage to get the key to open the door because we always lock it when we leave. And we went in and Blaine grabbed the phone right away. And I waited for like 30 minutes, waited for him to get off the phone with Jason so I can call Travis to see what he was doing that night. And I waited, so I watched TV, and that's when I went out to get the mail.
Okay, so notice, right, Jack 61, Cherie, Neverly. He flipped like he did with O'Neill. The exact same thing he did with O'Neill.
Well, he's trying to please.
Yes. Brendan goes, I got off the bus. I walked home with my brother. We saw nobody. Nah, that's not right. Then he changed his narrative twice. Oh, me and my brother, we just stepped out of the way. Teresa drove by. No, she never left your property. Oh, that's right. When I went home, I saw Teresa talking with Stephen on the porch and her RAV4 was there.
Right. And now it's in the garage.
It's now sitting in the garage and I didn't see Stephen and I didn't see Teresa. He did what he did with O'Neill. He flipped, completely flipped.
Right? And they just let it continue.
Yep. But notice what he said. Me and my brother, we went home.
Yep.
They were expecting him to say, I went directly to Stevens. But there's one problem. Blaine is with him.
That's right.
All they have to ask is, what did your brother do? Oh, I saw him. He walked to Stephen. Right. Okay, party over. Party over. But now, Brendan goes, I went home. I waited for my brother for 30 minutes. And then I called Travis. And the investigator is going, shit, he's home. Teresa is still in Stephen's trailer, chained up to the bed, yelling at her top voice. Blaine never hears anything. Brendan never says he hears anything. What's going on? Right?
That's right.
The Occam's razor answer is this. Teresa was never there, nor her RAV.
Nope, she was gone.
She was gone. She never was there. And that's why Brendan is flip-flopping, changing narrative about Stephen, Teresa, the RAV4, the timing. He's got no idea. He's got no idea. He's trying to please Fassbender and Wiegert. Fassbender and Wiegert going, that can't be right. So now, notice what he's now saying. I'm in my house. I'll wait 30 minutes. because my brother is talking to his friend, and then I'm going to call Travis. But guys,
yeah, he's trying to tell them what they want to hear, because he kept saying, "I'll tell you the truth."
But he can't get it
no,
right.
I don't know about that. Are you sure? You know, he's trying to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, but he can't get it right. He's guessing. He can't get it right.
Yeah.
But now the investigators are going, shit.
And they know it.
Time is ticking.
That's right. And they know it. They know he's guessing. And yet they continue.
Because you gotta factor in Brendan's narrative. I went over there. I heard screaming. I saw Teresa pinned up. We did A, B, C, D to Teresa. Then we sat down. We watched a bit of TV. We had a soda. And then we said, oh, shit, we got to kill her. So they're transferring her from the trailer to the garage. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to back in the RAV. We got to shoot her. We got to clean up the blood. We got to send off the RAV. We got to do all this. Oh, but my mum wants me home by 10. These are two fucking seasoned investigators. They're going, oh, okay. You got to be kidding. How much crap did Brendan spew out to them? And they took it because you know why? They've got no alternative narrative. Teresa has to be there. But what is the forensic evidence telling them? That she's not in there.
That's right.
But they ignore it.
They ignore it.
Okay, let's continue, guys. We're nearly finished.
Fassbender. Okay. So I'm going to take you through this now that you've said it. You got off the bus, came down the road, and you said you saw Teresa's vehicle in Steven's garage?
Uh-huh.
How did you see that?
With the front end of the door.
With what?
The front end was out of the door.
The front end was out of the door. So the big door was open, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you did not see Teresa or Steven?
No.
Okay. And then you said you went into your house.
Uh-huh.
Did you go over to Steven's at that time?
No.
And you went over to your house, and the way you were telling me, you about 20 minutes, half hour yet away because Blaine used the phone?
Yeah.
And so then you went down and got the mail?
Yeah.
So you're in your house for about 20 minutes, a half hour?
Yeah.
Oh, Fassbender's got to stop what's going. Shit. This can't be good. This can't be good because he's going, wait a minute. It's getting darker and darker. Yep. And you think to yourself, is Brendan really, after having just walked past the mailbox, decide he's now going to go on his bike, go all the way back in the dark to get the mail to bring it to Stephen and hear yelling and screaming?
Yeah, and he's also got a problem because of Fabian and Earl.
Correct.
Big problem.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Okay.
Where was the F-350 parked now?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's a huge problem. It is such a convoluted story that none of it stacks up.
No.
And there were multiple times during that interrogation where they should have just stopped and sent Brendan home.
Yep.
And come to the conclusion, you know nothing. You know nothing. Fuck all about Teresa. You know fuck all what happened to her. And you know fuck all about her RAV. Go home.
That's right.
Go home. Because I've got the forensic evidence in front of me. There's no evidence she was in that trailer or the garage. Because remember, they never had an MFL.
That wasn't their goal.
Yep.
Hey, I have a question. Do we have the actual time spent with Brendan altogether? How many hours did he spend with Brendan altogether in comparison to other witnesses?
Oh, the most with Brendan.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of time with Jody.
Oh, yes, with Jody as well. They were trying to flip Jody. Correct.
It would be a close comparison between, because there are, God, now I forgot, 15, 18 interactions with Jody or
Yes.
with someone that Jody knows or associates with. It's a
Yes.
huge block of time.
Correct. But the fundamental difference was that Jody was in jail.
That's right.
You could add nothing to the
Nothing.
conversation.
Nothing.
Okay. Shall we continue, guys?
Yep.
Okay, Fassbender. And you went down to get the mail? Brendan nods yes.
Well, I called Travis first.
You called Travis first. Brendan nods yes. Okay. How long did you talk to Travis?
About 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, hell.
And after you're done talking to Travis, what did you do?
Went out to get the mail.
And did you take a bike, like you said?
Yeah.
And then you're coming back from the mail. Is that when you tell me what happened then again?
That's when I get the mail and I come back, and I was looking at it when I was riding the bike, and I seen Steven's mail in there, and I went over by him and I knocked on the door.
Okay. And you heard stuff coming out from there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, what did you hear coming from there?
Screaming, like, help me in that.
Okay. And then you said before you knocked on his door.
Uh-huh.
And you said you had to knock.
3 times.
3 times. And it took how long for Steven to get to the door?
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. While you were standing at the door, did you continue to hear things coming from inside?
Yeah.
Steven came to the door and took you into the kitchen, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. About what time do you think this is? Thinking back now on your time periods when you got home, how long it took for those phone calls and stuff?
About 5:30.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Okay.
It's pitch black.
Okay. When you actually knock on Steven's door, was the big garage door still open? Do you remember?
No.
You don't remember? Brendan shakes head no. Or it wasn't open?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was Teresa Holbach's vehicle sitting out in the driveway when you knocked on the door?
No.
Okay. So that's a little different what you initially told us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you remember Steven making any phone calls or getting any phone calls during that evening?
Like 1 or 2 of them.
He made or he got?
He got.
Now, remember what he said the first time round. He wasn't there when Jody called. He wasn't there. And now he goes, oh, I think he got 2 calls. But this is actually crucial. And I'll tell you why in the next page. So, quite clearly, if you look at it, Brendan's got no idea about where the RAV is. Would you agree? Whether it was outside, inside, and he came up with the farcical notion that Steven left the nose of the RAV4 poking out.
Yeah. He has no clue. He has no idea what he's guessing.
He's got no clue about where Teresa is.
No.
No one in their right mind is going to chain up a woman to their bed and not put a gag. Would you agree?
And leave them screaming like that?
Leave them screaming and screaming and screaming.
No way.
that anyone can hear. This is the night of Halloween. It's a Monday night. His brother's there, his mother's there, nephews are next door, sister coming and going. No. So he's clueless about the RAV4. He's clueless about Teresa. He's got no idea about Stephen either. Everything
I found that comment where he says he's riding his bike and he's checking the mail
in pitch black.
That's pretty interesting because I'm telling you, I rode a bike for a good portion of my life. No.
But he now makes a very important statement, like one or two of them.
Yep.
And previously, he said he wasn't there when Jody called, remember, at 5, and then at 8:57, goes, I wasn't there. But he just now said, like one or two of them, and he got, which means it's got to be from Jody. Okay, let's continue.
All right.
He's
Fassbender. Who were they from?
Jody.
Okay. What can you tell me what the context, your side of conversation was? What did you hear?
He was like saying that he cares about her and that.
So you said maybe a couple of phone calls. When did the first call happen about?
About 5:35.
About 5:30. Is that what you're saying? Brenda nods yes. And what phone did he talk on?
His cell phone.
Okay. And then when did the second call happen?
About 10 minutes after that.
Stop right there.
Okay. No.
Stop right there. As soon as I read that, because I remember I checked all the phone calls.
Yep.
Holy shit. Look at this. On October the 30th, Jody rings at 8:44 on the landline. Brendan is with Stephen in the garage. 13 minutes later, guess who rings again?
Jody.
Yep. And what did Brendan say about 10 minutes later?
That's right.
He's talking about October the 30th.
That's right.
He was there with Stephen when Jody phoned twice.
That's right. On the 30th.
On the 30th. Because on the 31st, he couldn't have been there. Because Jody rings at 5:36. Brendan is at home. Right? And he answers the phone for Mike Cornelia at 6. Jody rings back at 8:57. I think you would agree that's more than 10 minutes. Agree?
Yeah.
So Brendan recollected the two calls from Jody 13 minutes apart. Brendan said 10. And he said, who do you think it was from? Jody again.
Yep.
Brendan got the date wrong.
There's no doubt.
And we proved it. And he even said it.
Yeah.
He got it confused. The kid
Which is not hard to do.
Of course not.
The kid is talking about one day prior to Teresa being there.
This is 5 months later.
Yeah.
5 months.
Days.
Right.
He's got no idea.
No.
Right? So this is irrefutable proof that Brendan was mashing the 2 days together.
I'm sure of it.
He was mashing the 2 days. Because he was there when Jody called at 8:44. He was still there when she called back 30 minutes later.
Right.
And he got it right because it was Jody again. Except he got the cell phone wrong. It was a landline. And we got the records.
Yeah.
So you have to admit, that's pretty powerful anecdotal evidence that Brendan is talking about the 30th.
I'm sure of it. I'm so sure
of it. All adds up. And that's the same day his mum calls up Stephen on her mobile phone to Stephen's mobile phone. It all fits. The
Does.
kid's one day out. And when you think about it, he got everything wrong regarding Teresa, the RAV4, and Stephen. Everything wrong. So he's getting all this information about what happened through secondary means. And he's mashed it in because the investigators are using the Reed technique, right? They're using the Reed technique. He's now soliciting a false confession. And they know through the phone records that Brendan is talking about the 30th.
Yep, I'm sure of
Oh
it.
my God. Okay, shall we continue?
Yep, just a second.
About 5:30, is that what you're saying? Brenda nods yes. And what phone did he talk on?
His cell phone.
Okay. And then when did the second call happen?
About 10 minutes after that.
Okay. And then who was that call from, do you think?
Jody again.
You think so? Brendan nods yes. Okay. Do you recall if Stephen called anyone?
Boom.
Stephen
Boom.
Chuck,
Because if he was there, who called next? Who did Stephen call next?
he called Chuck.
Brother.
Chuck.
His brother, which was on the 31st.
Yep.
Brendan was not there.
No.
He
I agree.
was not there. I'm sorry. But had he said, yeah, Stephen called Chuck, fuck,
We-
he's there.
We would know.
Yeah.
Right? Jody, then Chuck. If Brendan said, yeah, Jody called, then I heard Stephen talking to Chuck. Oh my
Yep.
God, Brendan's there. But Brendan just gave the perfect rendition of two calls from Jody, nearly 10 minutes apart. It was 13 minutes.
And no one ever checked this in real time. No one,
No.
as far as I can tell.
Nope.
Or they would have seen it right away.
Straight away.
Yeah.
They would have said to him, Brendan, are you sure you're not getting the day confused? They never said that to him.
No.
And are you trying to tell me that Brendan's attorneys never picked that up?
Well, Kaczynski, I can believe it. And Brendan and Edelston, I don't know technically how much they looked at that kind of stuff, if at all.
This is a lot to decipher.
Yeah.
But-
It took
well-
me, it took thank God that Jack 61 alerted me to that phone call. And then we checked the records and I put it all together and saying, oh my God, everything fits one day prior to Teresa being there.
There's no doubt he's confusing the days. There's
He
no
got the
doubt.
days wrong. He got the date wrong.
And it's 5 months later. Who couldn't easily make, even people with good memories can make that mistake.
Oh, 100%. Now, we're just a couple of more slides and we're done. Have a look at what happens next. And this is mind-blowing. This is about the burn barrel. It involves Blaine and Brendan. Let's continue. We're nearly done, guys. Neville, you there?
Fassbender. Okay. We talked last Monday. We talked a little bit about some things, a burn barrel out front. Do you remember anything about that burn barrel? It's you might want to be a little more truthful about that. See how they're getting truthful? That's like code for lie through your teeth.
Yep.
That it was full of stuff.
Was it burning?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, all of a sudden, Brendan Dassey is talking about seeing a burn barrel that's full and burning. If we have a look at the next slide, this is Stephen Avery's burn barrel, right? And you can actually see bullet holes in the burn barrel because that's where Jody and I think Roland Johnson used to shoot at the burn barrel. right? You can see it's got bullet holes. That burn barrel, David Siders, who's an MTSO officer, took out the metal rim from inside the burn barrel on November the 7th. And if we have a look at that and have a look at where the burn barrel is compared to the road, right? It's off the road, and you can see Barb Yunder's van in the background, right? So if we have a look at the next picture, this is what we are led to believe, that at nighttime, when Brendan was coming up that road at nighttime, he had Stephen's mail, and you could see Stephen's name on the letter that he went to then knock on Stephen's door. And here's the interesting thing. According to what Brendan just said, he knew that the burn barrel was full, but it was dark. And then you have to ask yourself, why would a 16-year-old kid be even interested in a burn barrel and whether it was full or not?
He wouldn't.
And here's the dilemma, right, guys? If it was on fire, how did he see the items in the burn barrel?
Good question. Good question.
Because remember, he knocked on the door of Stephen's trailer and Stephen let him in. So therefore, when did Stephen put the burn barrel on fire to burn the electronics if Brendan just said, well, I noticed that it was full? Now, the exchange that's going to come up is just simply Three Stooges style. So how was Brendan in the dark meant to have seen that the burn barrel was full, on fire, and then say what was in the burn barrel?
Yeah.
I got no
Wait,
idea.
the flame was illuminating what's in there.
Oh, yeah, but
I'm being facetious.
yeah. You look at this exchange.
Fassbender, did you put some things in that burn barrel that night?
No.
What happened to Teresa's other personal effects? I mean, a woman usually has a purse, right? Brenda nods yes. Tell us what happened to that.
I don't know what happened to it.
What happened to her cell phone? Don't try to think of something just.
I don't know.
Stephen, did you see whether a cell phone of hers?
No.
Do you know whether she had a camera?
No.
Did Stephen tell you what he did with those things?
No.
I need you to tell us the truth.
Yeah.
What did he do with her possessions?
I don't know.
Brendan, it's okay to tell us, okay? It's really important that you continue to be honest with us, okay? Don't start lying now. If you know what happened to a cell phone or a camera or her purse, you need to tell us, okay? Brendan, I'll just. The hard part's over. Do you know what happened to those items?
He burned them.
Ding.
How
Oh my
can
God.
The
you
hard part is over. Oh my God. No, you asshole. The hard part is just starting. He will
But-
never see the light of day.
No, but he went from no, I don't know, to he burnt them.
Yeah, after he gets hammered here.
So he went from denial to compliance.
Yep.
That's exactly what he did with O'Neill.
That's
I
right.
didn't see Teresa, but wait a minute. The 16 kids on the bus said they saw Teresa. The bus driver saw Teresa. Did you see Teresa? Oh, yeah, that's right. He
Yeah, I did.
completely changed.
He did it with Fassbender too earlier.
Yep.
You know what this reminds me of? When a little kid gets in trouble and their mother gets into their face, it's like, okay, Brendan, tell me the truth. I didn't eat the chocolate before or the cookie before dinner. No, Brendan, don't you be lying. I didn't. Brendan. Tell me the truth. Okay, fine, I did it. Just leave me alone.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's what the read technique is.
Yep.
You give in. You give in because remember, he's now notice how
Psychological warfare.
Yep, how Wiegert came in over the top of Fassbender, and all of a sudden Brendan goes, "Yeah, he burnt them.
Hey, Burton. Yeah.
He burnt them." Okay, let's continue. Look at this exchange. This
Uyghur.
pure French comedy. Listen to this.
Uyghur. How do you know?
Because when I passed it, there was like a person there and stuff.
When you passed what?
The burning barrel.
Did you look inside? Brendan, not yes. Why did you look inside?
Because it was full.
What else was in there?
Like garbage bags, some.
Did you put those things in the burning barrel?
No.
Did you actually see those items in the burning barrel?
Yeah.
Tell me what you saw there exactly.
Like they were buried underneath garbage bag that was.
How do you know, or could you see them if they were underneath the garbage bag?
Because the garbage bag was like on top, like far off the top.
Okay, so we have the barrel, Brendan, not yes. Okay, why don't you look at me for a second? Okay, we got the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and here's the top. Here's the top of the barrel, Brendan, not yes. And the garbage bag is on top.
Yeah.
And what are those items? And where are those items you said you saw?
Like right underneath there.
Underneath the bag?
Yeah.
Well, how would you see that?
Well, if the bag's like that far off the, the top of the thing, you can see through underneath it.
You could see underneath? Brendan, not yes. What did you see?
It like a cell phone, camera, purse.
Oh my God.
So, gee.
Are you being honest with us?
Yeah.
Did you actually see those items?
Yeah.
Where did you see them? When did you see them?
When I came over there with the mail.
It's pitch black. It's dark.
Before you went into the house? Brendan, not yes. Or after you went into the house?
Before I went into the house.
Why did you look in there?
Because it was full and it usually ain't.
Okay.
Now, come on. Does anyone seriously believe that narrative?
No. He
But
named off exactly what Fassbender named earlier.
he just simply echoed back what they wanted to hear. But here's the worst part. It's pitch black.
Yeah.
And it can't be on fire. Would you agree? Because he saw the items underneath the garbage bags.
Right. He's saying he could see underneath the garbage bag.
But you have to admit, for him to see the camera, the purse, and the cell phone, they weren't burnt, correct?
Could have been.
The burn barrel was not burning. So wait a minute. Nope. Let's think this through. If you're trying to get rid of forensic evidence, i.e., personal effects of Teresa, you just put them in the burning barrel and decide, I'm not going to burn them. I'll just leave them there.
Why wouldn't he just put them in the fire? He's allegedly going out back, this roaring fire.
He's building a big whopping fire, but he decides now he's going to separate those items and put them in the burn barrel, right? But here's a problem. Did Brendan see the cell phone destroyed? No, nope. He described it as a cell phone. So the cell phone's not destroyed. Are you trying to tell me that people could still ring it? Here's the kicker. The last ping, the last activity on that phone is 2:41. 2:41. There's no more activity on that phone. So Brendan goes to Stephen's place, has to be after 6 because he's at home answering the call to Keneally. So then Brendan goes in pitch black to get the mail, sees Stephen's address on the mail in pitch black, says, oh my God, the burn barrel's full. Goes to the burn barrel, is able to use X-ray vision underneath rubbish bags on top and see the camera, the purse, and what else? The camera, the purse,
and Jimmy Hoffa,
and Jimmy Hoffa, and the cell phone. That's got to be the most insane. But then the burn barrel cannot be on fire.
No
because
way.
you wouldn't be able to see the oil. Now, if we look at the next picture, this is how Siders found the burn barrel. It's stuff has been burnt. Looks like all the way down to the bottom, right?
Yep.
Now, quite clearly, Brendan didn't see this.
No.
So somehow that burn barrel got put alight to burn all those components, correct?
Yep.
But have a look at the next exchange that happens. This is Blaine. Shall we take it in turns? We'll split it up in 3.
Sure.
Jack 61, would you like to go first? Cherie second, and Neville, would you like to go third?
Sure.
Here we go. November 7th.
This is talking about the burn barrel.
Yeah. I was going to mention this, but I remembered this slide. Blaine indicated when he got off the bus, he and Brendan walked directly to their house. Blaine said he did not talk to anyone except for Brendan. He did not see anyone. He does not recall seeing a vehicle that does not normally belong in the driveway. And he said he did not see Stephen Avery. Steve.
Okay. Second version.
November 15th, 2005. Blaine was asked during the walk home from the bus, did he observe Stephen talking to a female outside Stephen's or his mother's residence? And he said no. He was asked if he observed a female taking photographs of the maroon van that his mother was trying to sell, and he said no. He was asked if he saw a female driving in her vehicle, a dark-colored Toyota RAV4, on the road leading to his house, and he said no. Blaine said he did not see a female or any vehicle like that while he was walking home. He said the first time he saw the female, Teresa Hallbach, and her vehicle were on TV news reports.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Keep
going.
Blaine said as he got closer to his residence, he saw Steve walking from his own residence to his own burn barrel carrying a white plastic bag. Blaine said he observed Stephen place the white plastic bag into his burn barrel, which was already burning. He then saw Stephen walk back into his own residence.
Hold on, never before. So, Jack 61.
I was just going to say, now we got a problem, Houston.
We got a problem. Blaine has changed his narrative, right? Blaine has now said, I saw Stephen come out of his trailer carrying a rubbish bag and the burn barrel was burning, which means, wait a minute, didn't Brendan just say that when he went over to Stephen's place, there wasn't on fire and he can see the electronics inside the burn barrel? Blaine just said, I saw Stephen go out to the burn barrel and he had a rubbish bag. So he's now seen Stephen. 8 days later, he's changed his narrative.
Yep.
But look what he says now in his affidavit.
Blaine Dassey affidavit, June 28, 2018. I remember on October 31st, 2005, seeing my Uncle Stephen carrying a white plastic bag to his burn barrel. I did not see fire in the burn barrel. However, the police pressured me into saying that there was a fire in the burn barrel and visible smoke coming from the burn barrel. My testimony about the fire and the smoke coming from the burn barrel was not true.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
So now
Police pressured him.
Yep. There's no fire, right? So,
Well, if I may speculate, who's
yeah,
to say that who wasn't pressured by the police to invent this whopping fire that kept growing from 3 to 8
correct,
to whatever 10 feet?
correct.
And who said that it was pressured by the police again?
All of them were
Brendan.
pressured.
Yes.
Brendan
Marie,
about the fire.
Jody. Yeah. And the way they were talking to Bobby, same thing. Hey, Bobby, would we risk our careers to
Correct.
plant evidence and, accuse wrongly your homicidal Uncle Stephen? Come on.
Yep. Now, the next slide, we're nearly finished, guys, to me encapsulates why eyewitness testimony is worth a bucket of piss. I'm sorry to be crude, because
A bucket of piss. Can you translate it, please, for
means
non-English
nothing.
speaking? Nothing.
Means
Okay.
nothing. Because have a look at the interrogation. We'll read this part again later on. Have a look at the questions that asked Brendan. Have a look at the questions that they asked Blaine in court. Okay, so Fassbender and person Brendan. Let's go for it.
Fassbender, did you see Stephen when you came home from school, or at any time up until the point you went into Stephen's house? Did you see him go to the burning barrel with anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
After you went into the house, did Stephen go to the burning barrel at any time?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I love that it's a burning barrel. Hint,
yep.
hint.
Okay, so Brendan doesn't see Stephen at all go to the burn barrel. Have a look what Kratz asked Blaine during the trial. I'll read out Kratz, okay? Who would like to read out Blaine?
I'll do it.
Okay, so this is Kratz to Blaine. Now, on the 31st of October, as you were approaching your house, as you got off the bus, and you said you were walking down towards your house, did you see anything as you were walking towards your house?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you saw, please?
I seen Stephen Avery bringing a plastic bag to the burning barrel.
What burn barrel are you talking about?
The burn barrel.
Whose burn barrel?
Stephen's.
Now, how can two brothers walking the same road home, Brenda doesn't see Stephen, but Blaine does?
I call that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Not the good kind.
There is a complete, utter conflict between with what Brendan said to what Blaine said. And then Blaine changed his narrative in the affidavit saying, no, I never saw the burning barrel. It wasn't burning, but I saw Stephen. Yet Brendan, who's with Blaine, says to Fassbender, oh, I never saw Stephen. So you've got this conflict on all the crucial points in the narrative. You've got contradictions when it comes to the burn barrel, when it comes to Teresa, when it comes to Stephen, when it comes to the RAV4. Would you guys agree? You saw it yourself. All the major points, there's contradictions. No one can get their story straight. So here's the question. Who's telling the truth? Who's lying? Who can't remember?
But perceptions are what they are.
Correct. And that's why Kratz had to grab that narrative from Brendan and release it ASAP.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Okay, guys, we're nearly finished. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Sure. Fassbender, Did you see Stephen when you came home from school, or at any time up until the point you went to Stephen's house? Did you see him go to the burning barrel with anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
After you went into the house, did Stephen go to the burning barrel at any time?
No. Not that I know of.
Sorry, use this one. Thanks. All right. Now we got some other points that we're gonna talk about here. You go there, you get into Stephen's house. Now I don't want you to hold back any language or how he told you anything, or how he presented himself to you when this stuff happened, when he took you into the kitchen. Just kind of tell me what he told you again and how he told you.
He asked me if I wanted to fuck the girl and if I wanted to try it. I said that I ain't old enough to have a kid yet. So he said, yeah, do you want to try it though? I'm like, not right now. And he just kept egging me on.
Okay. And did he say anything else to you while he was egging you on? How did he egg you on?
He was like, come on, try it for me.
And had you been back in the bedroom area yet at this time, or no?
No.
What tell me again what he told you was back there. Who or what?
That Teresa Hallback was back there, that she was on the bed naked with she was chained up to the bed.
Oh my God.
Wow.
You got one
Could
more
you
slide.
hear her? Could you hear her back there yet?
Yeah.
And what kind of things was she saying again?
Like, help me and not to tell Stephen not to do this anymore.
Did Stephen say that he had already done that or not?
Yeah.
What did he say he did to her?
That he had sex with her.
How did he say it?
That he fucked her.
At any time that night, did you see Stephen have sex with her?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Because we know now that you did, and he watched while you did it. Did you watch once or while he did it?
No.
Did he do anything else to her sexually?
No.
Stick anything in her, anything like that?
No.
You.
Okay, that's it. That's it for today. Right?
That was
So-
gross.
Yep. Oh, no, they
Disgusting.
don't hold back.
No.
They don't hold back. So, I mean, this is the tragedy. You got kids coming up with these big statements about what they did, they didn't do, right? The only thing that you can count on are when the calls were done, the timing of the calls. Anything else after that is so random and cannot be backed up. And are you trying to tell me that the investigators, with all the stuff that they had, could not tell that what Brendan was saying was just pure garbage? Pure garbage. And from a logistics and timing perspective, it couldn't have happened. And they knew it. And they knew it.
They had all kinds of problems, and they definitely knew. Just with the statements he was making, ever changing. Number one, they just kept
Yes.
changing, kept evolving. They had to know they had serious problems.
Yep.
Kratz knew it too.
Yep. And that's why. That's why they even presented it to Brendan. Or maybe you went directly to Stephen's house.
That's right.
But
They
there's one
kept
problem.
pushing and pushing and
There's one
pushing.
problem. His brother was with him.
Blaine, yeah.
So they couldn't go down that avenue. You understand? Because his brother was there. But his brother Blaine was saying all these things about the burn barrel that could not have possibly been correct, because his brother Brendan was completely contradicting him. And even them, they must have been thinking, wait, you looked in the burn barrel? Why did you look in the burn barrel? Because it was full. A 16-year-old kid who wants to come home and play video games decided of all the fucking days he's lived on that property that October the 31st, he was going to go directly to Stephen's burn barrel and look into it. Why? Because it was full.
And go get the
What
money.
does that
And go
even
get.
mean? Why
and
did
go
you
get the-
do
go get
that?
the
Because
money.
it was full.
Yep, and go get them out. And in pitch black, he was able to see the items of Teresa underneath garbage bags.
Yep. Unbelievable. It's just.
That must
They-
have been exhausting for everybody.
I mean, they had to be listening outside. I don't know who else was outside listening to this, watching.
Yeah.
But that had to be a real head scratcher for them.
Correct.
Had
Correct.
to be.
If you had done this, the story would have been very simple. There would have been no contradictions. The narrative would have been easy. But
Yeah.
what got Brendan unstuck and
But
helped him.
each time they said, tell us the truth. Don't you be
Yep.
lying. Don't hold back. That's a code. Switch your story.
Correct. But what got Brendan undone and actually saved him was he remembered the calls of
Yeah.
Jody.
Yeah.
And the penny dropped as soon as he said, 10 minutes later, she called back again. Fuck.
Yeah.
He was talking
Yeah.
about October the 30th.
That's right.
He was talking about
Exactly.
October the 30th. And the phone call from Barb, from her cell phone to Stephen's cell phone, didn't happen on the 31st.
Nope.
There's no record of it. Happened one day prior when her son,
7 o'clock on
7:07, when her son was at Stephen in the garage.
on the 30th.
Yep.
Right.
Correct. And what's really ironical was that on the third call, when Stephen is talking to Jody, Stephen goes outside and talks to Bear, and Jody and Bear's barking, and Jody is even talking to Bear because Stephen puts her on loudspeaker, and Jody is talking to Bear. So when did I heard a comment that maybe Stephen moved Bear? When did he do that?
Yeah.
Why?
So,
right? Why?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. Interesting.
All right. Well, I hope everyone found this podcast very interesting. It's just for me,
Real eye opener.
Absolutely staggering.
Yep.
That the investigators had these calls and knew exactly what transpired, yet never mentioned October the 30th.
No, it's never brought up. I noticed that because, and that was another thing of real interest and irritated me because I know that, I know for sure Strauss was listening. She listened to the calls. She had a big role in it in creating these summaries. She knew for sure. And I can't say about for sure about anyone else. I know Jacobs, he had something to do with bringing calls from Manitowoc, but they were listening to these calls.
Yes.
So they knew. So,
They did.
All right, we do have a number. That was great stuff, Doc. Really well done, Deverly. I like it. I really like it. So, but we do have a number of questions. We've already answered this one. I'm going to put it up again anyway. I saved it on purpose from Purple Lilacs. And they asked, off topic, would you consider releasing the cam interviews with Brenda Schuler? And again, for those that weren't here, we can't. We all signed NDAs. And actually, Nan, and the reason I saved this, because right after this question from Purple Lilacs, Nan's Life says, does that non-disclosure agreement not have an expiration date? Surely it doesn't mean an indefinite date. And it probably does. And I'm thinking, guys, you may or may not remember, but I'm thinking it was 10 years. I think that's right.
The last thing we want is any legal issues with Brenda and Sean Reck. But let me tell you what you saw on cam.
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing.
We spent hours arguing with Brenda.
Oh yeah.
Arguing.
And her producer. Oh my God, that producer.
and Ricky.
Well, it's just ridiculous, man. Anyway, we wish we could release them, but it's just not going to happen. All right, let's move on. Beverly, I'll go between Beverly. I'll go between you and Cherie.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
Okay. Here's the first one from Bruno.
Bruno Beauty. Is it true that Brendan can't stand the
Supposed to be side of blood.
side of blood?
Yeah, he can't. He even there's I got to find the document where he says he was talking to somebody and he said, "Oh, you remember that time I had to have this done and I fainted." So he's got what's called syncope. You faint at the sight of blood. I used to have I used to have a needle phobia. Somebody got a needle out and I'm turning white.
That's me too.
He can't stand it.
And I'm a nurse. Nice.
Wait, you're a nurse, Beverly. Wait.
Yeah, I am. But when the needle is coming my way, I freak out. I'm a horrible patient.
I won't tell you.
Too much.
I won't tell you what my ophthalmologist has to do to my eyes.
Please don't, because I will collapse right now.
I know what he has to do, and it's not that. God, I could do it, but I can touch my eye. It doesn't bother me. Never has. But a needle in my eye, I don't know, doc. All right, next question.
Next question. Before Beverly faints.
Next question, another one from Bruno and Cherie. I'm losing.
I can't see it yet. It's still the one that Neverly had that I see.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Hold on.
Don't you think that Brendan was convinced that Stephen was guilty?
Yes. Yep. Yes. Yeah, that's as simple as you can get. The investigators convinced Brendan that Stephen had committed this. And as a consequence, he was modifying and morphing his story to somehow match what had happened. But the reality was he had no idea. And remember what the investigators said to Brendan. Oh, well, Stephen's going to get his chance to talk, and you know what he's going to do? He's going to blame you for everything.
That's right.
And that's why, and don't worry, we will play it, the phone call that he did to his mum the day after he got interviewed by Fassbender and Wiegert, and they asked him to ring up his mum. I did some of it. That's correct. He did do some of it. He helped his uncle clean his garage.
Right.
And that's why you must never, ever just take a little snippet from a call and think you know the whole lot, because you don't. You got to have a look at the context, and then you got to have a look at subsequent calls, right?
Yeah.
Don't just look at one little snippet like they played in cam. Oh, he's admitted. No, bullshit. He admitted nothing.
No.
Brendan never got anything correct, right? And the forensics could not show that Teresa was in there at that time. Then when you look at the logistics, nothing adds up. And that's why they kept on saying to Brendan, they tell him later, oh, Cornelie never rang, did he? No. Oh, Stephen never came over. Oh, no, because nothing fit. So nothing Brendan
he just kept altering his story. Yeah.
He just kept on changing until they finally cobbled something together, and then Kratz immediately went to the press. Oh, fuck it. We'll just do it. We'll apologize after. But the damage was done.
Yep.
That's right. Damage was done.
Damage was done.
Well, my opinion is that Kratz told them, go get this. Otherwise, Stephen walks.
Correct. The case against Stephen was extremely weak. Extremely weak. When you consider the backstory that Jack 61 Open Mics has put together with the depositions, there were people who were very suspicious about the MTSO.
Oh, right? Absolutely.
They set them up once. Fuck, they'll do it again. They'll easily do it again. So that's why the story that Brendan presented had to be shocking, degrading, disgusting.
Horror, yeah.
Horror show. And, you know, Kratz's philosophy is, we'll beg for forgiveness after, right?
Plus, we'll Kratz is used to this disturbing shit. This is his normalcy
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
in his
for
private
him,
time, in his head.
but yeah, but for him to take it public like he did, that was a real because
Yeah, but
prosecutors.
he's not normal.
No, I know, I understand, I get that, but you know, for him to take this public like this, and I've asked myself a number of times, his
And
partners
Pedro
were
to support this.
and Fallon and Gone because they're part of the prosecution team.
Yes.
Did they know what he was going to do? I don't know that. I don't think we'll ever actually know the truth. But if they did,
Well, it basically opened up Kratz to a lot of criticism and
huge
justified,
criticism.
and that would have really pissed off Fallon and Gahn. There was no need. There was no need for. Don't worry, we're going to show you the
Arrest warrant.
the arrest warrant. Oh my God, I've never seen detail in an arrest warrant for Brendan ever. Like it's word for word. It's a word for word blow of what he's telling the investigators now, and you're thinking, mate, don't you want to check? And that's why when the reporter said to Kratz, you got any DNA to back up the kid's story?
And we're not talking about that right now. Can't talk about that now.
Yeah.
Kratz knew that there was none.
None.
Well, just put her in the trailer on the garage.
Correct. Which is what they did. Did.
That's another huge can of worms.
Yep.
And another thing is for me that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the jury in this trial was not allowed to take notes, correct?
No. Oh, wait. I think they could take notes, but they couldn't take them back with them.
That's correct. And they asked Willis if they could get information back on Bobby Dassey, and they said, nope.
I don't know why I have this stuck in my head that they were not allowed to take notes. And I always wondered, it's like, oh my God, this is such a horrible case. It's a very heavy duty. This is not like, okay, we found the gun, we found the perpetrator, let's convict him. It wasn't like that. This is a convoluted story.
It's extremely convoluted.
And you see, very complex. Very complex.
Very complex.
Correct,
and then another thing is, I think that in jury instructions, I'm talking about generally speaking, not just about this case, because it's already done. I think that they should be instructed not to split the baby, not to negotiate, not to bargain. Oh yeah, well, we're gonna convict him on this, but not on this. Kind of to feel bad and whatever.
To me, and you're probably correct, Neverly, because a lot of people don't understand. But to me, that should be implied that you can't negotiate. We're going to let this go because
trading goes on all the time. If you listen to the jurors afterwards, that type of shit happens all the time.
I think they should be instructed not to do that.
I could never do that. I mean, short of having some.
They're selling them out.
I mean, I just think that defeats the spirit of the jury trial.
They're playing with people's lives.
Yeah, I agree.
This way or another.
I wonder how the jurors feel now.
I think they just want to forget about the whole thing.
Oh God, no! They're not going to check anything. They don't want to know about it.
No. All right. Is it?
Okay,
Never. Your turn. Your turn next. Okay. Next question.
From Bruno. Is it true that Brendan can't? Oh, wait. Can we have another
question? Sorry. My bad.
It's okay. From Xenia. Question. But Stephen called Teresa at 4:35 again. Why was that? Was it because he wanted her to come back again for another call to sell?
Yes. They had an end loader at the end of the driveway, by the way, which Teresa would have passed. How ironical is that? And he wanted Teresa to come back and photograph that vehicle.
Dolores had dropped by and asked Stephen if he had said anything to Teresa about that, and that's why he called her back.
Correct. And we've got photographs showing the end loader exactly where the blue shed is, right in front of it. That's what Stephen said.
And this luring or alibi kind of stuff is ridiculous because
Mm-hmm.
Both of those, after she visited phone calls, neither one were answered.
Yes, correct.
So there's no contact there at all. Anyway, all right, moving on. Mr. President, Cherie.
When and where did Teresa change into her cowgirl costume? It wasn't Sunday night. The Halloween party she was dressing up for was Monday night.
You have to ask Ryan Hilligus that one.
Yeah, don't know that one, Mr. President. Good question. We know she was supposed to go to a birthday party on the afternoon of the 30th for her grandpa. We don't have any photographic evidence of that, but that's the story that was relayed by her family. I think maybe her mom. So, can't answer that one.
I know.
All right, moving on. I think Justin is already gone. Beverly?
You're saying that they didn't clean the garage until 9:30, which by that time the blood would surely coagulate. I'm not sure I follow the splashing bit.
Can't answer that.
We've got no answer because we're going through with the narrative of what Brendan was saying when they cleaned up the garage. We don't even know the time they allegedly shot Teresa Hallbach either.
Right.
I don't.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
I don't think it was. I don't. First of all, there was no blood there anyway, other than maybe a little of Stevens. But if they were, what splash was not the blood, as my understanding. It was the bleach that they were using.
Correct.
To clean it up.
Correct.
Brendan was basically saying that Stephen was splashing all this stuff around to clean the garage floor, right? And that's why it splashed up and got him in the jeans. The problem is that if there was 2 foot by 2 foot of blood, the likelihood that some of the blood would have splashed on him and also on the bottles would have been high if there was blood there. But there was no blood. And furthermore, you look at the state of the concrete was in shocking state. And Kayla talked about blood coming through concrete, right? So the investigators are thinking, oh shit, some of Teresa's blood got soaked in the concrete. So it might be there. So they tore it up, got 16 concrete pieces, and they found, what did they find?
Nothing. Not a damn thing.
And here's the question. And I've always asked it. When is your tipping point? When do you say, I've got fuck all? When do you finally come to that realization that you got zero? And you're saying, oh yeah, but Dr. Silkman, what about IMFL? I can explain IMFL in 20 seconds. Literally.
Yeah. And thanks to Dr. Silkman, I could explain it too. And the mistakes she made.
Come up with the list. I'm there, Jack 61. That's better than what I could think of. You can think in the laboratory when you've got DNA and you've got an item of forensic evidence that you're testing, and you've got DNA in the item, it's very easy to cross-contaminate. You can cross-contaminate when you're loading a gel. It's very, very easy to do, right?
Because it's so sensitive.
That's the thing about PCR, polymerase chain reaction. It's extremely sensitive, right? That's why the analyst has to wear gloves, face mask, coat, everything, and do the experiments in separate rooms because the technique is so sensitive. If you've got any extraneous DNA, you amplify up that. And Jack 61 will back me up. They've got a contamination log, right?
Yep.
They've got cases where they've amplified a male DNA that had nothing to do with any of the cases, right, Jack 61? They're going, where the hell did this guy come from? They don't know the answer. Where'd they get the DNA from? I've got no idea.
They did not allow the defense to go and witness.
No, that's right.
IMFL processing.
Correct.
But who did
due to the safety and preservation of integrity, sterile integrity in the lab. And what does she do? She contaminates.
Who did she allow in there?
2 students.
Interns.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I don't either.
That's a cover story. That's a cover story.
And they make a joke out of the negative control. They make a
Yeah.
complete
So
joke.
they ignore it. They ignore it. They have to ignore it.
They have
Correct.
to ignore it.
Correct.
They have to ignore it.
Yep. So to answer Justin's question, if they're cleaning the garage, according to Brendan, they're doing it late at night before 10 o'clock because he has to come home, remember, or his mum will get angry.
It was
And
9:50. It was 9:50 when they went to clean the blood up, according to Brendan.
so they, according to Brendan, he's got Teresa's clothes full of blood and he's carrying them. That's got gas and paint thinner and bleach to a fire, and he puts them in the fire and he doesn't catch on fire himself.
Right.
Yeah. So is there any evidence of blood, Teresa's blood in the garage?
No.
Zero.
Fuck all. Well, and just one more point on that before I go to the next question. If we get back to the splashing effect, besides Brendan's jeans, if he was splashing this bleach around, there are so many other items in that garage that
Yes.
should have had some
Yes.
trace of Teresa's blood on it, and
Yeah,
it's
that's
ignored.
correct. That's correct. They only went, it's interesting that Erdl said they only went up a certain height and then stopped. Now, you would think if a shooting scenario took place, you illuminate everything, walls, the whole lot.
The whole damn
And
thing.
his argument was, there was too much stuff there.
Right.
There's
That
too much
doesn't
stuff.
make any that doesn't make any sense. If you're going to luminol to check for blood, luminol all of it.
Yep. And I'm sure, and everyone on this panel, if they found droplets of Teresa's brain matter, bone, blood, none of us here will be here.
No,
None of us.
we wouldn't. Case
No,
closed.
we will not be doing this case. If
Absolutely
they found
not.
any evidence of Teresa inside Stephen's trailer, we wouldn't be here.
It's a good chance that none of us would have ever even met.
No, we wouldn't have been here.
That's right.
It's as simple as that. If the forensic evidence proved that she was there, we wouldn't be doing this case.
Absolutely not. I'd be moving on to another case or doing something else.
Yep,
All right.
correct.
I'm not sure if case 10 is still here, but he asked a question. This was a while back, so here it is.
Dr. Silkman, when Brendan was over on the
Yes.
30th, weren't
they
they
were.
also looking for an antenna for a police station?
Stephen said that he was looking for an antenna for his scanner, and he said that Jody said to him, "Oh, you didn't have the antenna." And he goes, "Oh, no, I shifted stuff from the garage inside," and I think it was given to him by his uncle. So yeah, that's scanners. I'm not surprised that they had scanners.
Well, they run a tow business.
They went in the junkyard.
Well,
They
they have
used-
they have a towing business.
Yeah,
Almost
they
all
used-
towing businesses that I know of have scanners.
Correct. They use the scanner to pick up accidents, and they go out and pick
Yeah,
the car.
that's not a secret at
No.
all.
No.
They
No,
talked about
they
it.
all do. They all do. I have an uncle that owns a body shop. They've had
Correct.
scanners for decades.
Correct. It doesn't necessarily mean nefarious activity, right?
No.
And remember, Stephen's own uncle was in the MTSO.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Next question. Everly?
Okay, from Bruno. When did Brendan begin to think that Stephen was probably the killer?
Well, he was questioned several times on February the 27th, and also, of course, on March the 1st when he got arrested. And the investigators were telling him straight out right that Stephen had done this, and that Stephen was going to use this information against Brendan. I think in the back of Brendan's mind, he became convinced that his uncle had done this. It's interesting because if you listen to the calls of the MSN, remember the MSN chat log on the 28th?
Yep.
He goes, "Oh yeah, I think so now because of the evidence they got." Because of the
Right.
evidence they got.
That's
Right? And remember that the officers are telling his family of what Stephen did. Oh, the key, the RAV, he was going to crash. So they found bones. in Stephen's burn pit. So when you accumulate all of that, that evidence looks damning, right?
Well, plus everything else he's probably hearing from friends, family,
Correct.
whatever.
Yep, correct. They would have been talking about it all the time. And at school too. Oh my God,
Sure.
it was in the newspaper. You go to newspapers.com every day.
Yeah,
It's in there every day.
Every day, something.
On the Foul Play website, we've got news clippings from the TV stations. It's all there. They list all the evidence. Boom, 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 like a shopping list. Oh, we found this. We found that. We found leg irons. We found handcuffs. We found blood. The problem was it all belonged to Stephen. There was none from Teresa. But when you read it, when you're watching the news, and remember when they took the gun case out of the house, you go, oh my God. You start thinking gun. Oh, he shot her. Oh, boom. Done.
Yeah.
So those images are very powerful because you're thinking, oh my God, you put two and two together, blood, bones, rifle, handcuffs, restraints. Oh yeah, he did it. Boom.
Of course.
Except in the end,
most people just didn't have time to dig into and find out what was really going on.
No.
And remember, the Averys were not a liked family in the area.
No.
Shunned.
No.
All right, Cherie.
Is Brendan suffering of mythomania?
I don't know what that is. I haven't heard that.
No, I don't know what that is. I can't answer that one. All right, Everly.
Hold on, let me Google it. How is it spelled?
Mythomania.
Mythomania.
An abnormal or pathological tendency to exaggerate or tell lies. No, Kratz suffers from mythomania.
They wouldn't accept the truth from him. So
no.
Yeah.
They wouldn't accept it from Kayla either. Call her a liar.
Correct. So no matter
Anne-Marie.
What is ironical is that the investigators believed Brendan, the more ridiculous his narrative became. The more crazy his narrative became, they accepted it. But when Brendan said, nothing happened, I just went home, they didn't believe him. They called him a liar. So even when Brendan was changing his narrative, it wasn't changed properly. It wasn't a proper narrative.
I want to show something right quick. It's a very short clip.
Shortly after Brendan was arrested, actually, we interviewed Kayla again, and that would have been on March, I believe it was March 7th of 2006.
Mark Wiegert and Tom Fossbender. It was very overwhelming. If I would tell them that I didn't know, or that I didn't say that, or that Brendan didn't talk to me about something, they would tell me that I'm lying. I didn't say that, or that Brendan didn't talk to me about something, they would tell me that I'm lying and that I need to start telling the truth. And then I just basically looked at them and, why are you trying to interview me? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
What? So, anyway.
See, here's the ultimate irony. Fassbender and Wiegert were not there. Brendan was. So how in the hell can Fassbender and Wiegert guide Brendan into telling a narrative when Fassbender and Wiegert weren't there? But Brendan allegedly was, right?
Yeah,
and then when Brendan was saying all these things, they're saying, no, that can't be right. Because it didn't fit. Logically, didn't fit.
Didn't work.
It didn't work.
And they knew it.
Yes, they did. They did.
All right. We've got three more. Neverly. Case 10.
And Dr. Silkman, isn't it weird that Brendan rides his bike in the pitch black and Stephen cleans his yard when it's pitch black?
Well, I don't believe Brendan rode his bike at all.
I don't either.
At all.
Me neither.
And here's the thing. You don't know when Stephen cleaned up his backyard. Right? Now, Brendan said that they got a golf cart, his mum's golf cart, collected a few items. You don't know when he did it.
And we don't know if they had lights with them either.
You
sure.
don't know.
That cart may have had lights on it, but I'm not going to commit to that.
Yeah. But you don't know when those items were accumulated. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right? The thing is, if you try to come up with a timeline, it will never work, because no matter what you anchor down as the truth, there's somebody else that will contradict what the other person said.
That's right.
Even though they were together.
That's
so
right.
So this concept of Brendan riding his bike,
I don't believe it.
Happen. In actual fact, Brendan even recanted and said, I didn't do it. I didn't go get the mail.
My bike was broke.
I didn't get the mail. I didn't hear any screaming. Right? So quite clearly, you're now playing with a very loaded deck of cards, and you're on very shaky grounds if you believe that a specific event occurred. You can't. And Brendan is very unreliable as a witness.
They had to see that, and he kept changing his story. And while they kept just feeding him stuff, and he kept talking, as long as he would probably have sat there and talked all day and kept changing his story.
Correct. But what we do know for sure, at 8:44 p.m., Brendan is with Stephen in the garage.
On the 30th.
On the 30th. And we know that. Listen to the call. Jody asked him straight out, who's that? It's Brendan in the garage.
I believe a lot of the activities cleaning up the yard happened the afternoon before.
Prior. Yes, prior.
I can't prove that, but that's just what it lends itself to.
Well, because what Stephen says, he just had come back from Crivets because Jody calls him earlier.
Yeah.
So listen to those calls. Stephen goes, I was working at Crivets, doing up some cleanup, some stuff. So you never know. Maybe as part of coming back, he was involved in collecting rubbish or whatever. And you don't know when they had collected those items and they had them near the burn pit. And that brings another problem. Are they really going to go in the dark collecting pieces of furniture and other items to burn? You think to yourself, right? And this is the real kicker. When Fassbender asked Brendan, so you decided then and then to cremate Teresa while you were in the garage? And he goes, yes. So the plan was to throw her in the pond. Right. So wait a minute. If you're building a great big whopping fire, why are you building a great big whopping fire for if you're going to throw her in the pond?
That's right. It's another huge quandary, and they know it.
Correct. So none of it makes sense. None.
All right. Next question. Cherie.
Tire wires weren't in the box of bones. Why?
What a disaster.
Please don't even get me started on that. What did they say? Brendan, how do you explain why Teresa's bones are entwined in the car seat? Remember what they said to him? Remember, because on the 27th, they got Brendan to admit, me and my uncle, we lifted up the seat and we put it in the fire. Because how are you going to explain why her bones are entwined in the car seat? Thinking, oh my God. And the answer was, how many of the bones were entwined in the car seat?
None. Zero.
There was no biological material on it, even on the rake and also on the shovel. Zero. Nothing. You're chopping up a human being and you find no biological material left anywhere. And the thing which really pisses me off, you ask Jack 61, Neverly Shui, no in situ photographs of the burn pit. Zero. Right? None. In court, they showed the pictures of November the 6th with Bear sitting on top of the pile. And apparently there's meant to be a pile of bones on the ash that you could see 8 feet south That's what Sturtevant said. When they asked Pevito about the cranial or the bones that were entwined in the wire, they asked him, could you tell the difference of a human being being burnt there or someone with a bucket and just tipping the bones in there? And he goes, no.
No.
No. No.
That's right.
But if he said, I'm a fire chief, Teresa Horbach was burnt in there, no dispute. He couldn't even do that.
No, he couldn't.
He
And
couldn't
he knew
even
it.
do it. And he
knew
knew
it.
that.
That's
And
right.
that's why. And Sturtevant raked out the tire wire. We proved it. We showed the photographs. And he
right.
got the rake. He got the rake from Barb's house.
Right.
Since when do you get an object, an item from an adjacent property to fuck around with a burn pit that you suspect have got human bones in there?
Don't document any of it first.
Yeah, don't say they didn't know, right? They didn't know what they were doing. If they didn't know what they were doing, call a coroner, call a forensic anthropologist. Don't touch a damn thing.
Right.
What? We're going to sieve out this burn pit. We don't know what we're going to find. Or if the Teresa will go back.
Right.
And they leave the tire wire outside. They didn't even collect the tire wire that allegedly had bones in there.
For 2 days?
2 days.
10th?
Yep.
Just
2 days.
leave it there. Yeah.
And then Errol, because I don't take photographs when I know that the scene has obviously been altered. He must have taken one look and said, boys, I'm not touching this.
Not touching it.
I'm not touching this.
No.
And Pevito was fuming. What's the first thing his and the investigators did? They took photographs.
They took photographs.
Photographs.
It's even possible that Earl saw them back there doing whatever prior to, and then Fassbender come along 6 or 8 months later and saying, hey, where's the photographs of the burn pit? Well, those moving shit around. I'm not taking any photographs, man.
He walked away. And he had his photographer, Zhang, with him.
Yep.
Didn't touch it. And then don't get Duke rolled up regarding item BZ and the sifting. You know that's not right.
November 8th was a disaster. Another disaster.
Yeah, you know that's not right. No one picks up a bone that big and throws it on the top when they were instructed that if anything looks like a bone, stick it in the box.
Right.
And a piece of muscle tissue, we just saw it in the top. Something drastic happened. We don't know.
That's right.
Earl didn't want to know anything about it.
Hell
Forget
no.
it. I'm not taking any pictures.
Yep. Okay. Last question.
One more.
Yep.
Pete Moss. So when and who placed the wheel in the barrel?
You see, here's the ultimate stupidity, right? You got Blaine talking about, fire, then no fire, no smoke. You've got Robert Fabian goes, some smoke came in my face. Earl, who was with Robert Fabian, goes, I don't remember. He goes, I don't remember any burn barrel fire.
Nope.
Right? And then Earl, neither Earl or Robert Fabian talk about the great big whopping fire that's behind Stephen's garage.
No.
No mention of it.
Nothing.
Right? And then all of a sudden now there's a burnt tire, just the wire, in the burn barrel. And Brendan never talks about a tire.
No.
No one sees Stephen put it in the tire. And no one and the important thing is this, right? Barb says, I know when Stephen burns tire because my house stinks.
Right. The black soot all over the place.
And Barb never said that I smelt smoke. I smelt the tire burning. Nothing. And Brendan was right there with his puffer jacket and his jeans, which would have been engulfed in smoke. Zero.
Nothing.
And yet, the cryptic clue was Travis Crowell. who'd smelt something really fishy all the way where he was, and the wind was going away from him, not towards him. So something happened close to where he was in Redon's pit, not on the salvage yard. So something happened that night, but not where he was, not where Stephen was, not where Brendan was.
No, mile and a half away or more.
Yep, correct. And the wind was going the other way.
That's right.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, yep. That's all the questions we got.
And we did 4 hours, guys.
We did 4 hours and just almost 1 minute.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
how, do
look,
you like
guys.
how you like my our ending screen here?
I love it. Those calls.
Mr. Kratz does not like me using this at all.
No. Well, look, guys, I hope that you've enjoyed the podcast and you've learned something. If you enjoyed what we do, please consider subscribing. Leave your DNA on the thumbs up button if you thought that we did a good job. And please share our podcasts. And again, guys, thank you so much. We're just going to quickly go down the panel and tell us how you're coming along and what you've been up to. Jack 61.
Yeah, I've just been doing the same old, and nothing new to report for open records. Haven't gotten any replies from anyone. I check it a couple times a day and nothing. Other than that, just same old thing. There's been a lot of discussion on X.
Oh, yes. Yep.
It's well, for those interested in the case, it's a place to go and discuss and argue back and forth, whatever your fancy is. I try not to get in too many arguments, but just present kind of what we know and what we speculate and suspect, which is fine as long as we say that. And then for tomorrow for the open mic, we are going to finish the queso dispatch calls. It's the last one. Should be a relatively quick open mic, and those will be done. And we'll see what's under the next plate for open mic. I don't know yet. I haven't decided.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone. Great presentation, Doc and Everly. As always, I know it's a lot of hard work and a lot of digging and constructing and putting it all together. So much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jack 61. Cherie, I don't recall. How are you coming along?
I'm doing well, and I echo what Jack said. Thank you for another informative podcast and all the work you put into it. As far as what I've been doing, I'm still listening to Karen Reed. I'm at Michael Proctor's right now.
Oh.
Wow. So it's disgusting.
It's hard to believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to believe, and I deliberately didn't want to get into that case. I've only seen a little bit of it, but it is shocking, and the parallels to what happened in this case, they're shocking as well.
I'm going to tell you guys, just you mentioned that, Cherie. I've really thought about taking a break from our cases and getting into the Karen Reed case and just going through it with everyone. I don't know. We'll see if there's interest. It is a crazy.
It's crazy.
Complicated, and there's so much obvious corruption. It is mind blowing. But that's for another day.
Yep.
I would be interested. I'll say that.
Yep. My brain can't handle any more at the moment. I'm so deep with Neverly into this, and I think what's happening with Brendan, that's the Rosetta Stone. That's where everything branches out, because you got nothing from Stephen. Stephen's always maintained his innocence. So now we've got this narrative from Brendan, and it's been so interesting because it's allowed us to ask deeper questions and see where they go. And it's just simply, the more you dig, the more you find. And it's remarkable, like I said, because we're blessed with your great effort, Jack 61, and getting those calls, and Sunshine Christina and many other researchers getting all that information. And now starting to piece it together, and the way we're deep diving into Brendan's narrative, his questioning, because very few people would have done that. A lot of people look at Brendan's confession on March 1st and look at the legal aspects. You understand? The legal aspects.
Yeah.
Rather than the forensics. Whereas we're looking at the forensics and the logistics, and it's all over the place. It's not good at all. Look,
and just as interesting to add to this, because Brendan's case doesn't stop just because he got found guilty and sentenced. And you move forward in his case and the things that happened in 2000, well, not so much in 2008, but 2009 and 2010. Holy shit.
Yes. Don't worry, we'll cover that too. But yeah, so like I said, next week what we'll do is we'll continue our progression. I think we've got one more podcast, and we should finish the March 31st. I want to do it all in blocks, and then we'll look at the aftermath, what happens after. And don't worry, we will be going through his trial testimony, what Brendan said during his trial. We'll look at what happened between Brendan and Michael O'Kelly. We're going to do all of that. Just totally fascinating. Hey, Sunshine Christina. Hey.
I was just looking down. Holy cow. Looky there.
Unbelievable. Well, we miss you too.
Wow. Well, stop missing and get your butt in here. Come on.
Back in.
The water's warm. Yeah, the water's warm.
Awesome.
Wow.
Awesome.
So good to see you, Sunshine Christina.
Yeah, likewise. Well, look, guys, I got a message from Neverly. Unfortunately, SteamYard kicked her out. But thank you so much, guys. I hope that you've enjoyed the podcast. Please leave your comments in the comment section. I'll try and answer them as quickly as possible. But again, guys, we'll see you all tomorrow in the open mic. Take care.
And with that said, I'm going to tell you, we appreciate everybody, and this has been a Foul Play production.